Uh-oh. I'll watch what I say. Okay, everybody stand up. Now, what we're going to do, this is a little exercise. Usually I have people move back and forth across the room, but we won't do that. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you'll go to the first one, I'm going to ask you to think about yourself, and if you focus more on relationship, raise your right hand. If you're more of a task person, raise your left hand. Okay? And then if you know the person next to you and they're lying, you can call them out. Like, you are not relationship. You are all task all the time. Okay. All right. If you'll do the next one. All right. Diplomacy or candor? All right. Let's do the next one now. Flexibility or structure? All right. Looks like we get a lot of flexibility there. That's good. All right. Next one. Emotion or logic? Oh, okay. Lots of logic. You guys are logical folks. Okay, next one. Responsibility or freedom? This is an interesting when people say, what do you mean by freedom? Well, you're going to have to determine what you mean. Okay. And then next one. Stability or change? Not what the reality is, but what you are more comfortable with. All right. Next one. Joyful or serious? All right. Get a lot of... Get some joyful people here. Great. All right, next one. Unsure or confident? All right. So the point is, it's really not an or, it's an and. We know that our strengths are also our weaknesses. And so if you'll go to the next slide, everybody can sit down now. So if we go to the next slide, so it's really about and. And so I'll give you a good example. Let's take unsure and confident. So there's a big issue facing your community or organization, and you get your leadership team together and you say, you know what, this is coming, whether it's the pandemic or whatever it is, and you can honestly say, I am unsure about how we're going to tackle this. I am unsure how we're going to get through this, but I am absolutely confident that with this leadership team, with your skills, we are going to get through this. So I think this idea of balancing is so critical, and I'm going to give you a little tool you can use for this if you go to the next one. There's this, you can actually, if you Google polarity map, you can download this, and you actually go through a process. And if you go to the next slide, it's easier if you see it done. In Roanoke, we had this challenge of kind of tradition or progress, and we seemed to be fighting over it, over moving forward. I was way on the progress side. Another member on council was way tradition side. And so we went through a process where we said, well, what's good about tradition and what's good about progress? And then what's bad about it? Because you get to balance the two. And so you can see, if your tradition ensures authenticity, progress creates vibrancy, bad part of tradition, you get stagnant. Bad part of progress, you lose unique identity. And to think through that, if you go to the next one, this is something that we're hearing a lot about this. It often comes down to you support law enforcement or you support individual rights. And so how do we have both community trust and law enforcement? And this is something which you may want to think about when you're challenged with these issues. Next one, please. I'm going to quickly run through some leadership skills. Harvard Business Review, they interviewed 10,000 leaders, looked at their careers, and they found 4 common traits that they had. Think of this in terms of your own leadership. Number one is that good, successful leaders decide with speed and conviction. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't then adapt going forward, but they make decisions. And if you've ever worked for somebody who won't make decisions because they want more data or they're afraid, it drives you crazy. So decide with speed and conviction. Engage for impact. Think about how you communicate. It is so critical. What you say, how you say it is so important. Number 3, adapting proactively. This really is a critical thing that you can pivot, and we found this. Nobody expected the pandemic. Those communities that were able to move quickly have been more successful with it. I'm going to give you an example of how you can do that if you go to the next slide. This idea of a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. Now, with a growth mindset, you want new challenges. You want something outside your comfort zone. You want to grow. And this can be for an individual, or I've found communities also, as opposed to a fixed mindset where you don't want to try something new, you might fail. You think that everything is predetermined, it's fixed. And so how do you, and you can learn, if you naturally have a fixed mindset, you can learn to have that growth mindset, and you can help your organizations and communities move toward it. Next one, please. And then the last is delivering reliably. So I think a good example with the libraries, when we opened a new library every year because of our investments, we just showed that continuum. So think about how you can show that progress, and it helps build trust. Next one, please. So we've actually had some things that we've learned during the pandemic. If you go to the next slide. That trust is the critical thing. I think we know it intuitively. We found during times of crisis, trust is the most important thing. You usually have to build trust before the crisis hits. And so how do you build trust? Here's what they found. First of all, you have to be authentic in who you are and what you believe, and help people understand that. Empathy is really critical, that you believe you can care, that people really believe that you care about them and their success. And then third is logic, that they know that you've done the homework. They can respect where you're coming from. So authenticity, empathy, and logic are critical pieces. Next one. And then also they found when you're building trust, you're going to be most successful with inclusive teams. You can have diverse teams where you're kind of sharing. You can have homogeneous teams. They've found time and time again, they don't make good decisions, especially with complex things. Or you can be inclusive where you're bringing everyone's in. And I think for Kiwanis, it could be background and ethnicity, but it's also your fields of study. If you have lawyers and doctors and accountants and teachers and nurses, librarians all working together, you're going to make better decisions. Okay, next one. And so, real quickly, effective leaders. I do a whole day course on this. I'm just going to run through the key highlights if we can go through them quickly. They're humble, but they have incredible resolve. They know their why, self-aware. They engage intentionally. They balance. They focus on the and, not the or. They have a bias toward action, a growth mindset, adaptable and flexible, and they're collaborative. So this is what I've found through my work. And I do a lot around leadership around the country. These are the traits, and you probably can't have all of them. So if you don't have one of those, find somebody to partner with that has that other trait and work together. And that's where the collaborative part comes in. And then you deliver all that reliably. Okay, if we'll go to the next one. I'm going to skip this, and we'll skip the next one. Next one. I want to end with this, and if you'll hit that one more time. We saw this at the beginning, but I really want to leave you with this, because it just struck me, this idea of changing the world one child and one community at a time. Really, I just find it so impactful, and so I want to just, you probably know this, but we often have to remind ourselves, it's when things get difficult and hard that we have to fall back on our values and our why, even more so, and remind each other of it. So I want to leave you with this as you launch you off to the rest of your sessions today. And again, want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. My first time back up on the stage since the pandemic started, so you're my first one. And I appreciate your attention and look forward to working with you in the future.
As a token of our appreciation, a little gift from Kiwanis Club. And this is an inside joke, but it's not a Roanoke star.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
I'd like to invite Elena Gardner up, Governor-elect, for a few words. Where are you?
I'm not her.
No. This doesn't look like Elena to me.
No, I'm her designee. She's already delegating.
Oh.
All right. Okay, can you all hear me? It is so bright up here. Okay, so my name is Krista Latchaw, and I'm your district education coordinator, and I wanted to thank you for coming today in person and online. We're very excited to have you. We have some excellent workshops coming up. So I'm going to be your master of ceremonies today for these workshops. And our theme is that Kiwanis is many things. How can you describe Kiwanis? Well, we're going to try to describe Kiwanis with parts of speech. So nouns, verbs, adverbs, conjunctions, interjections. So we're very excited. Oh, look, Kiwanis is a verb. So very excited for these workshops. Governor-elect has put so much work into this, and we thank her for that. So are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay. All right, so first up, our keynote and motivational session. Jane Erickson. Jane Erickson is a past Kiwanis International President and International Vice President. She's been a member of the Bellevue Offutt Kiwanis Club for more than 20 years. She's been a K-Kids advisor for almost 20 years and was the Kiwanian of the Year in 2007 and 2008. Jane has served on the Kiwanis International Foundation Board of Trustees and was also its president. Outside of Kiwanis, Jane is the owner of the Wellness and Training Works, and she's won pretty much every award possible. So we are going to find out why Kiwanis is a verb from past President Jane Erickson.
Good morning. Thank you. Oh my goodness, how exciting. And welcome to the first day of the rest of your Kiwanis lives. How exciting is that? All right, we're going to have to be a little bit more overwhelming than that. Welcome to the first day of the rest of your Kiwanis lives, Capital District. Much better. Now, Kiwanis is a global organization. Let's say it. You've heard it several times already this morning. Kiwanis is a global organization of volunteers dedicated to improving the world, one child and one community at a time. How many of you know any children? Raise your hands. Only that many? Kiwanis is a verb. This is participatory. How many of you know children? How many of you like children? Okay, that was funny. That's pretty cool. How many have children of your own? How many of you like your own children? How many of you have ever learned anything from a child? Oh, absolutely. I love this picture. It's a picture of our two youngest grandchildren. They stayed with us over the weekend, which they often did, and it was kind of fun. They're 4 and 6 in this picture, and at the time they were 4 and 6, and it was delightful. We had a wonderful breakfast, and as we were sitting there and I was cleaning up the counter, I said, all right, Maya Jane, time for you to go get ready because we are heading to your soccer game. And I heard this loud, she said, no, I'm not going. I said, excuse me? She said, no, I'm not going. I don't really want to go. I'm tired. You got to run there, do a lot of running, and it makes me sweaty. They're not going to know I'm not there anyway. And besides, Jonathan is a ball hog. Every time I get anywhere near the goal, he steals the ball from me and kicks it in, and everything is, good job, Jonathan. Way to go, Jonathan. Whoa, Jonathan. I'm not going. And I watched the newspaper come down from my husband's face. He's looking at her, looking at her brother, looking at me. And while I'm contemplating a response to a 4-year-old about going to soccer, the 6-year-old stepped up and he goes, excuse me? Of course you're going to soccer. Of course you are. You are a member of a team. So you run there? It's soccer. It's what we do in soccer. We run. And if you get sweaty, well, take a shower. And as for Jonathan being a ball hog, it's because you all just stand there and dribble the ball around. Shoot it in. That's why Jonathan's a ball hog. She said, no, it's not fair. He always steals it. He's a ball hog. And he said, you have sharp elbows. Use them. Still, I'm contemplating how to jump in here, right? All of a sudden, he puts his hand on his hip and he said, girl, there's no bits, buts, or peas about it. You're going. And I watched my husband go, bits, butts, or peas? I thought at some point in his life, he's heard his mother say there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Only what he heard was, there's no bits, buts, or peas about it. If you want to advance that one, Jeff. It was kind of funny. I laughed and he said, no bees, butts, or, no, bits, butts, or peas about it. We're going, you need to move. And Jeff, do you have the remote? Does it work from up here? I know you struggled with it, Chris. Look at that. No bits, butts, or peas about it. You're going. Let's move. And I watched that little tiny child. She went, I thought, you're trying to see if you're elbow sharp? She said, okay, I'll go. And I thought, how did you do that? How did you just convince that little kid to go? Off she went. She said, will you do my hair? I said, of course. Well, that left Grandpa and I sitting in the kitchen, right, with a 6-year-old who's already directing traffic. And he looked at me and he said, well? And I said, I think I'll go do Maya's hair. He said, okay. He looked at Grandpa, and Grandpa said, what? He said, well, somebody's got to drive. It's not going to be me. I'm only 6. He looked right at my husband and he said, there's no bits, butts, or peas about it. We all need to move. I thought, yes. So as I'm thinking about this, I thought, you know what? Kiwanis is a verb. I like that verb, move. Move in a specific direction. How many of you feel today you've gone in a specific direction? How many of you feel your Kiwanis clubs are moving in a specific direction? Let's talk about that move. Move is a verb. I love that. The verb is a word that describes an action. And you heard Chris talk about the fact that this city takes action. Well, Kiwanis needs to take action. Right now, as Kiwanians, we know that Kiwanis can be a verb. It's time for us to make it a verb. It is time for us as Kiwanians to move. M-O-V-E, motivating our volunteers to engage. How many of you would say that 100% of your members are engaged in Kiwanis? Yes. How many of you would say that you are 100% engaged in Kiwanis? Not enough hands, my friends. It is time for us to get moving as well. Now, here's a cool thing about being engaged. Engaged means you're excited about it. And in my 30 years of being a Kiwanian, I have found that the Kiwanians who are engaged are also eager. They want to be part of this. They're the first ones that sign up to come to district convention. They're the first ones that say to the lieutenant governor, when is our division council meeting? They're pushing, right? They're the ones pushing the presidents. They're right there, they're ready, and they are eager. They're educated. They're the Kiwanians who know about the community, who want to know about the community, who bring new projects. And you wonder, how did you know about that? Well, because they've been to other meetings and they found out about the community. They're educated. They go to their club leadership education sessions. They were the first ones in here, looking for the handouts, looking for the buttons, right? Eager, educated, enthusiastic. They're passionate about Kiwanis. So my friends, how many of you are passionate about Kiwanis? How many of you are passionate about being here? How many of you are passionate about being anywhere? Yes. You know what? Everyone in this facility should know that Kiwanis is here today. Why? Because we are. I love that, because we are here. Well, if you ask them at the front desk, they need to know we're here. Not just because somebody complained about their room or the food or couldn't find the room. What is Kiwanis? We want them to know we are here. And volunteers, Kiwanians who are engaged, are eager, educated, enthusiastic. They're energized about life. They're the ones you want to be around. They're the ones that my husband used to say drove him crazy at meetings. Could she just sit down for a minute? Or stop talking for a minute? How many of you know half the time he was talking about me? Kiwanians who are engaged also tend to be empowered. They're the ones that find a way to make it work. Now, you've been thinking about that Kiwanian in your club, right? Who is that person in my club that does that? Can you imagine if we had a club filled with volunteers that were all of these? Engaged, eager, who just said, oh my gosh? I love it. Think of what we could get done. Engaged, eager, educated, enthusiastic, energized, and empowered. These are the people who can improve the world one child and one community at a time. Do you agree? Absolutely. Well, my friends, it is time for us to be engaged, eager, educated, enthusiastic, energized, and empowered, because we are the ones who make things move. And I say we because there are 100 and some of us in this room. We can be the movers of the Capital District. Do you agree? So when do we start doing that? Absolutely, right now. Oh, and it's kind of fun. Even with these bright lights, I could still see a couple of eye rolls. My husband became the master of eye rolling. I think he learned that from me. However, there's no time like the present to be the ones to move. You've been sitting here for a long time. This is a great time to stand up and ta-da today. Not yet. Yeah, I love it. There was a dress rehearsal there. All right, everybody up on your feet. Some of you already showed the rest of how to do it. No eye rolls included here. So everybody on your feet. Are you ready? On the count of 3, and that's all right. If you cannot stand, that's fine. You can ta-da from your chair. It's awesome. Are you ready? And this makes a great shot, Jen. This is great for your newsletter. How many of you have not ta-da'd in your life? Oh, that's sad. Oh, a ta-da is wide open arms, giant. This is when you can show your passion. Both arms go up. Now, if I do that, the microphone will be gone, so I'm going to do a one-handed ta-da. That makes it a ta-da. All right, are you ready? On the count of 3, and it's got to be loud because we want everyone within a 30-mile radius to know that Kiwanis is a force to be reckoned with when it comes to children and community needs. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Ta-da! Yes. All right, you may be seated. That helps share the energy, and that's what we are looking for today. Your committee has put together an amazing morning of, actually an entire day of looking at things that you can take back and use immediately to make your clubs better. Now, there are a number of things that we want to look at today. There are no bits, buts, or peas about it. We need to move. As Kiwanians, what do we need to move? Have you really thought about it? First and foremost, we need to move membership. You agree? Why? More hands for service. Absolutely. We need to move our service. Service to kids, service to communities. I worked with a Golden K group in our Nebraska-Iowa district, and one of the gentlemen challenged me, and he said, why do we just work for kids? None of us in this room are kids. And I smiled, and one of the older gentlemen stood up. It was great. I've known this guy for many, many decades. This is his standing as tall as he can get. And he said, this is why, young man. And I thought, well, okay, he's in his 90s, and that guy's in his, yeah, okay, I guess he's a younger man. This is why, young man. Anything you do to help a child in this community helps all of us. And I'm still a child. I thought, yes. Anything we do, thank you. Anything we do to help a child helps a community. You agree with that, Mr. Mayor? Absolutely. You can't see him nodding, but he is. And that's what we know. Membership, service to our kiddos, our service leadership programs. We need to be moving them as well. We also need to be looking at our leadership pipeline to make certain we are grooming our leaders to come in and take over when we move to the side. And our finances, which looks not only at money, but as partnerships as well. So why do we need to move on these things? Why membership? because kids need Kiwanis. And I am a true believer that kids need Kiwanis more today than when I joined Kiwanis over 30 years ago. And after the last year and a half of our lives, I think this is a big one. Kids and communities need Kiwanis. And I didn't give you time to applaud there. Go ahead. I agree. Why? Because 50% of our preschoolers don't get outside every day to play. That's a sad thing. Over 380,000 babies are born prematurely in the United States annually. Why do we need Kiwanis? Because 11.3 million of our kids leave school daily with no place to go. And right now, with some of the restrictions that are coming back on because of COVID, our kids may not even be in school. They will have no place to go. 2.1 billion people in our world lack safe drinking water. We have at least 12 countries right now that are still losing infants and mothers to neonatal tetanus. Why do we need Kiwanis? 1 out of 5 of our kiddos live with food insecurity daily. And let me tell you, with the whole curse of COVID right now, many of our kids had 1 meal a day, and that's when they went to school. And now not going to school, I would imagine that this 1 out of 5 statistic is pretty low. I bet it's a much higher statistic than that right now. And that, as a mother, as a grandmother, as a Kiwanian, that makes me so sad. This is why we are needed today. And right now, the number of children and teenagers seeking help for anxiety and depression due to the pandemic is rising all across our country and all around the world. We're going to talk about that in a little while when we talk about service, but there is an incredible need for Kiwanis. And there's a need for a lot more Kiwanis clubs and a lot more Kiwanians, a lot more hands for service. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Now, each one of you has a 206 button sitting in front of you and a handout. For those of you who are online with us, you can grab a plain piece of paper if you want to. We're going to be looking at a couple things today having to do with membership. I actually started 30 years ago as the membership chair in our club. And I firmly believe that working with kids is like putting a little kid on top of a 3-legged stool. Have you ever been on top of a 3-legged stool? You have to have 3 equal and strong legs to hold up that stool, right? What happens if one of them is shorter than the other? Absolutely. You're going to topple right off the top of that thing. Well, I believe the same thing for our kiddos. We know by looking at our service records that every Kiwanian averages the ability to help 206 kiddos a year. That's a pretty powerful observation. That means I can help 206 kids a year. Now, I can positively affect the lives of 206 kids. Our governor can positively affect the lives of 206 kids. Alana, 206. Gus, 206. Think of that. 206, 206, 206. Isn't that kind of cool thinking about that? Wow. And how do we make sure these kids are not toppling off the top of that 3-legged little stool they're sitting on? Friends, we have to retain the members we currently have. That is a really powerful observation. We have to retain the members we currently have. We have to recruit new members. Why? People die. It's just what happens, right? I know my husband is here spiritually today. He's in that big inner club in the sky, probably still with his hand on my shoulder saying, hurry up. Get moving. Or sit down. That was probably what he was also doing. So the third is to open new clubs. These 3 legs of this are incredibly important. Retaining new members, recruiting new members, and opening new clubs. If you will take your hand out, flip it over, and very quickly, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to write down as many names of your club members as you can think of. Okay, pen in hand. Turn your hand out over. Remember, Kiwanis move, so those of you who still have both hands in your lap, are you ready? Go. Write down as many names of your club members as you can think of. All right, how many did you come up with? 10? Who can beat 10? 16? 12? Circle the names of the people that you have contact or you have had contact with in the last 2 months. All of them? Now, how many members are there in your club that you didn't write down? 10 names out of 140? How many of those members that you did not think of or didn't write down haven't had any connection to your club in the last year or the last year and a half? And what do you think the chances are of them coming back to meaningful membership in Kiwanis? Our connections are absolutely vital. You heard the mayor and Chris this morning talk about connections in communities. Your first role is to connect in your club. Write down the names of 2 Kiwanians in your club that you are going to contact the second you get back home. I love some of you have one solid eyebrow right across. You're thinking, it's like, I don't even know who they are. I can tell you how incredibly important those connections are in Kiwanis. It's what keeps us coming back. How many of you were excited to get here and see friends you haven't seen in a while? Absolutely. Oh, it's so fun to come back. I mean, for me to come back to this district and to be able to give grief to Joe Stankus in person, woo! That was worth the flight. Connections, vitally important. If we want to retain our new members, we need to let them know they are important and needed in our club and our community. In the last year, I have lost my sister-in-law, my mother, my father, my husband, 2 close friends. And I'll tell you what, I have a great family connection and they've kept me alive. My Kiwanis connections have kept me going. Wow, I hadn't intended to say that, but you have no idea how tight these connections can be. If you have those 2 names on your list, guess what? There are a whole bunch more that you also can be contacting. It's a phone call. That phone call doesn't take you much time, but let them know how important they are to your club. Some of the clubs are being able to come back and meet in person. Well, some clubs are going back to continual virtual. Do you know that you have members in your clubs that actually don't know how to connect virtually? Or don't like to connect virtually? How about inviting them to come and sit with you and connect virtually? When I took care of my dad, he was in hospice at home, and I took care of him at home, and he had been, I think he was a 50-year member of Kiwanis. And I said, okay, I'm in this really important meeting, but I really don't want to be in it. So, gee, halfway through, come and get me. Hint, hint. I was at my dad's, so I'm on his computer. I forgot that the door of the office is in view of the computer. So when my dad opened the door and said, is this a good time to interrupt you and pretend that you're needed back here so you can get out of this meeting? I could hear lots of laughter on the other end, and then Dad went, oh. And I said, yes, Dad, come and meet our committee. And the chair said, so I'm guessing you'll be on here the whole time? Mm-hmm. I said, and so will my dad. Pull up a chair. Well, how fun was that? My dad was 96, still in those virtual meetings. But how important is that? Absolutely critical. You've got the 2 names of people you're going to contact, right? All right. Our next goal right now, I'll show you how it's done. Even though we cannot get up and high five, I have an activity we call high five, high to 5, and gimme 5. Well, you can't actually high five someone, but if you will look around the room, raise your hand if you see anyone that you do not know. How about that? When I say go, I'm going to ask you to stand up and go meet 3 people you did not come with, are not in your club, and you have not interacted with before. So take a look around, see who you're going to go after. 3 people. When you've met those 3 people, come sit back down. Go. All right, my friends, you have your 3 new friends. All right, let's bring you back down. All right, friends, let's sit back down. Well done. That's exactly what we were looking for. Did you hear the sound in the room? That's the sound of connections. All right, bringing you back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was perfect. Did you hear how the room changed? That yes, the entire dynamic of the room changed, and that's what we're going to challenge you to do for the rest of this convention. If you see anyone else that you have not met, you walk right up to them and meet them. And guess what? Right now, because of the masks, it needs to be eyes to eyes. Do you remember the names of the 3 people you just met? Names are critical connections. Critical. That's why membership is so important. We're going to be working on this all day. Work on it in your club. The rest of the handout will pull us through the rest of the day as well. Our challenge is to pick 2 things out of every session that you will move on personally. So when we talk about membership, it's important that we really consider all things. When it comes to our service leadership programs, pick 2 things that you are going to do to make a difference in the world. This year is my 23rd year as an advisor in K-Kids. And we always laugh about the comment that came about 20 years ago when one of the 5th graders ran up, gave me a hug and said, "Oh, Mrs. Erickson, you are so fun for an old person." And yet I go back. That's a standing joke at our school. Bring the old person back in. We talk about moving our leadership pipeline. Congratulations for being here. That's leading you on your leadership path. We appreciate the fact that you would be here and you would devote the time to take this back to your club and move it for the good of our kids and community. And at the end, we will be looking at how to move and increase our finances and partnerships, our club foundations and our club finances, our district foundation, our International Children's Fund. All of these things are critically important, and right now, corporations have foundations that, because of stocks, have made some pretty fine investments and looking to ways to invest. This is a great way to do it. If one of the 2 things you list right here on this one today is to contact some of your corporate partnerships. What a beautiful thing Roanoke did in putting in that park, in that playground, and I got to visit it yesterday because of our First Lady, who actually allowed me to go and walk through that park and that playground and to take pictures. It was wonderful watching the smile on that little kid's face. One kid on that playground yesterday after it rained, and I thought, that makes everything worthwhile, doesn't it? So friends, as we move through today, here's your challenge. Pick at least 2 things out of every single session that you have. 2 things that you will take back and move in your club. Because as we begin to look at all the pieces in Kiwanis, wow, we are important to that team, each and every one of us. Each and every one of us is critical, important, and needed on that team. Yes, we notice when people don't show up. Help us be important and needed. And my friends, there's no bits, buts, or peas about it. It is time for us as Kiwanians to move. Thank you, and let's keep moving.
All right, you all get a 5-minute break. Be here promptly back at 9:40 a.m. 5 minutes. All right, Eric, that's Eric Lamb. He's often accused of being an out-of-the-box thinker. Eric joined Kiwanis 5 years ago and served as club president for those 2 years, for 2 of those years. And he is in his second term as a lieutenant governor. So he's going to tell you why Kiwanis is a conjunction. So Eric Lamb.
Good morning, everybody. So as Krista said, I am a former educator, so I am a hands-on learner. So you will find around the room there are little shoeboxes of Lego. Those are going to be part of our presentation today, so we'll get to that shortly. So I just didn't want you to think some random person had passed out toys. So we're going to go ahead and get going here. This will advance. Here we go. So representation matters. During this short talk, we are going to talk about why it's our job to serve our community and all segments of our community. Conjunction is all about putting things together. It's a word that helps to join two concepts together. So what are things that are joining things? You know, we've got hammers and tape and staplers and all that good stuff. Those are all things that can join things together. But today, we're going to join together Lego. So, and here's a tip for you all, may not know this. I was corrected by a 6-year-old once that told me the proper term is not Legos. Lego is plural, so that's why I will say Lego. So what I want you to do for the next few minutes is take your box of Lego, share with your table that's behind you and all around. I want you to try to build a cube or as close to a cube as you can and take a few minutes and work on that. If you can't exactly build a cube, build a structure. Build a structure that is similar to a cube, or build a simple structure. So take a few minutes and do that, and we'll check back in a few minutes. And if you need some more pieces, there's a few extras up here if you need some. So feel free to grab that box if you need it.
Thank you.
So if you can't build a cube, build a simple structure or something that kind of represents something simple with several pieces, okay? I'll give you about 2 more minutes and then we'll move on to the next slide. Alrighty, you can go ahead and keep working, but we're going to go ahead and refocus back on the PowerPoint now. So let's keep working, and at your tables and in your tables close to you, I want you to look and see if your cube looks exactly like my cube does. The same pieces, same colors, same shapes, everything is identical to what you see up here. Whose cube is exactly identical to mine on the screen? Nobody's. And that is exactly the purpose of this exercise. Let's understand what we have just done. We have built a cube consisting of multiple types of pieces, multiple colors of pieces, multiple shapes, but we have built them into one cohesive unit. Think about that structure that you built as your Kiwanis club. Every Kiwanis club is completely built differently, of different types of members, members that have different types of gifts and different talents and so forth. Just like our cubes or our structures that we built, all of our clubs don't have to look the same. But what you will notice is that in your cubes you have lots of different types of pieces, lots of different colors, lots of different shapes, and our cubes are not going to all be the same. In your cube, I want you to look and see if you all have a diversity of pieces, but I kind of did a general thought process here. Just like all of our cubes are different, all of our clubs are different, our clubs really should contain multiple different types of people. We should be having, most of our clubs have traditional members. Who is part of a traditional club, or if you haven't heard me say this before, I called it a Romeo club. Retired older men eating out. So I am part of that club myself. And some of our clubs have virtual members. Some of our clubs have members, lots of diversity in age. I am blessed to be in the Charlottesville club where our youngest member is 22. Our oldest member just passed away 2 weeks ago. He was 99. So 89 is our newest member, our newest oldest member. We have community leaders, and all of our clubs should have community leaders. You need to be looking in your community for folks who are pillars of your community. If you support nonprofits in your community with finances, with volunteerism, is their executive director a member of your club? If not, why not? Many socioeconomic differences. We need to be incredibly sympathetic to younger members. This is one thing that I hear more often than not. Kiwanis is too expensive, we can't do it. A lot of younger folks can't afford it. Dues are expensive. We have to remember that at one point in our lives, we were younger folks, and we couldn't afford that either. So I am proud to say the club that I'm a part of, we have set aside funds to help bring younger members in. We subsidize their dues because we understand that if we want Kiwanis of Charlottesville to exist in 30 years, we have to invest now. Many thought processes. Governor Dennis, I'll tell a funny story. He came to a Charlottesville board meeting once, and we were all sitting there at the table, kind of hollering and yelling back and forth, and after the meeting, he said, "I don't really understand how any of that just happened." That's what happens when you have a club with many thought processes. And I have been doing board work for 30 years now, and I have found that the best work gets done when there are lots of ideas in the room, lots of thought processes, because compromise is made to happen when you have lots of thought processes. So look for members, new members, who don't think like the rest of your club does. Many ethnicities. That's important. Does your Kiwanis club look like your community? And if not, why not? Members with disabilities. That's incredibly important. We've got to be sympathetic to that. All genders. We've got to be, there's no secret that Kiwanis has only admitted women for a little over 30 years now. I'm glad to see this room it looks about half and half, which is awesome. But does your local club have a good diversity of that? We must be open to work and build a diverse and inclusive Kiwanis community. That is incredibly important. Why is it important? Somebody tell me why that might be important. Just holler out. We can't grow without it. It builds a strong club. Someone else? Huh? Knowledge, exactly. So those are all amazing, amazing reasons why we have to build a diverse, inclusive community of Kiwanis. If we don't do that, what's likely going to happen? Our clubs may end up in the graveyard. We have to understand that if Kiwanis continues the way it has been for a long time, I will say the Capital District is much more inclusive than a lot of other regions that I've worked with. I've been able to work with other groups, and I think we're on a good path, but we need to understand that if we don't work now to build younger folks, more diverse folks into our club, Kiwanis may not exist in 20 years. And who wants Kiwanis to be around for the next 106 years? I do. So we have got to, just like your cube is and represents lots of diversity, lots of colors, lots of thought processes, we have got to make sure that our clubs represent that as well. Kiwanians have big hearts, huge hearts. I don't know a Kiwanian that would not bend over backwards to do something for a child in their community. Huge hearts. We can do this. This problem of diversity or lack of diversity in our clubs is a problem that is easily tackled. Easily tackled. And I'm going to give you a strategy that I think almost anybody can use that can help to bring more diverse groups into your clubs. One, my kindergarten teacher told me a super piece of advice, and I have lived by that advice my entire life. The Creator or the good Lord or whoever you want to call it gave us 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth so we can look and listen twice as much as we talk. We need to have conversations with community-minded folks who we want in our clubs. We need to look and listen at what they're telling us. If they're telling us, I don't want to join, Kiwanis because there's such a set thought process. There's no time for, thinking differently. That's a problem. The Charlottesville Club, I know I keep patting ourselves on the back, but I think we're pretty awesome. But we started bringing in some younger folks, quickly learned what we thought was important to us was not what was important to them. So we sat, had a conversation. We had a taco dinner one night. We all sat around a table and ate and listened. Did a lot of listening and asked very few questions. But it was important to us to make sure that they felt included. They felt that their values were as important as us old people's values were. That's important. If you have a group in your community, that certain ethnic segment that you want to bring in, find a community leader in that ethnic group. Sit and have a conversation with them. I've been a professional board work person and fundraiser for close to 25 years. I call it go to coffee with somebody, spend 20 minutes and listen. Listen. All you have to do is listen. They will tell you what's important to them. They will tell you how to bring them into your group. Okay? When we're doing this strategy, it's important that we think smart. Okay? We just can't randomly go out and just set on this endless activity to bring new folks into our clubs. Okay? We have to be smart about it. We have to set specific goals. A specific goal might not be, we want to have 20 new members by the year 2030. That's crazy. We want to set a specific goal. I want to have 5 conversations with people who don't look like our Kiwanis Club currently does, doesn't think like our Kiwanis Club currently does, in 2 weeks. That's a specific goal, okay? We want to make sure our goal is measurable. Are we setting, a lot of times, our pancake breakfast, lots of clubs have pancake breakfasts. And what we do is we just have a pancake breakfast and we donate the proceeds to a charity. Are we setting a goal that we want to give X number of dollars to the charity that we're working with? If we're just setting a goal of giving the proceeds, that may or may not motivate us to do the best work that we can do to benefit that charity. But if we set a monetary goal, we want to give $10,000 to our charity from this pancake breakfast, that is motivating. That is, how do we get there? We're setting strategy of how we get there, okay? Do you see the difference? Our goal must be attainable. If your pancake breakfast has traditionally brought in $8,000 in profit, you are not the next year going to say, I want to bring in $89,000. That's not attainable. That's craziness. You're setting yourself up for failure. So you want to make sure the goals that you're setting are attainable. Your goals need to be relevant. Relevant to Kiwanis, relevant to the community, relevant to the future for your club. Okay? An example of a relevant goal may be, I want to have those conversations like we talked about and being specific. Of those five conversations, I want to bring 2 people into our club who are not currently represented in our club. Their community is not currently represented, okay? That's a relevant goal because bringing in differences into your clubs is going to make your club think differently. It's going to bring a whole different perspective on things in your club. It's going to cause your club to move to be more relevant to the current community that you're serving. And our goals must be time-based. We have got to set a limit on this, okay? We have got to, we can't just make that giant goal that we're going to bring 30 new people in 50 years. We've got to set a time-based goal that is really pushing us to be proactive, okay? So that's my short presentation, but I want to wrap it up here for a few minutes. I want you to do something with your cube and your structure that you made. I want you to take it home. I want you to take it home. I want you to put it on your desk or a place that you focus, a place that you work around. I want you to put that there as a reminder that our Kiwanis clubs need to be as diverse as your cube is, as diverse, as on topic as your cube is, made of lots of different types of folks, made of lots of thought processes, made of lots of amazing things. So who of you have ever seen the Lego movie? Anybody seen that? For those of you who have not, I will explain it in a short segment. The world of Lego, this little guy, the Everything is Awesome. There's a theme song in that movie called Everything is Awesome. Everything is awesome, everything is cool if you're part of a team. I won't sing the whole thing, I'll spare you that. But the purpose of this activity was our Kiwanis Club is a team. We're a team to make amazing things for our communities and amazing things for the children of the world. If we are not working as a group, we may not be the best team we can be. So in the Lego movie, this little guy, he wakes up one morning and he thinks about a magic thing has told him he needs to be the special. Well, he's nobody. He's just a Lego construction worker. He's nobody special. Well, during his travels in the next few minutes of the movie, he starts to meet these guys on the left here. He meets the Unikitty, and he meets Lego Batman. I don't think you see his picture there, but he meets all these amazing different people that become and help him as part of his team to defeat the Kraggle. The Kraggle is the guy who's the guy who takes super glue and super glues his Lego structures together forever. Well, no Lego people want that to happen because they wouldn't be able to move. So they formed this amazing alliance, and you can see that picture's pretty diverse. There's cats, there's ghosts, there's astronauts, all different kinds of things. So what I'm saying in short is our clubs should be as diverse as this Lego picture is. We need to have lots of thought process, lots of differences, lots of amazing, hard conversation that forces all of us to do the best work. Okay? Has it made sense? Awesome. So, thank you very much. Take your cubes home, put them in a place. If you yourself did not build a cube, do that at some point during the day. Don't make noise during other people's talks. But take your Legos home, put them in a special place that will cause you to think about changing your club for the best. All right, thanks so much for taking some time with me today.
All right, you all get a break until 10:20. If you can take your break and be back here at 10:20, that would be wonderful. Stretch out, use the restrooms, eat a little snack, and come back. We'll see you at 10:20. Thank you. Jamie Moore also spends his time serving as the current Builders Club chair, and in his spare time, he's a teacher. So Jamie is going to tell us about Kiwanis being a pronoun. Jamie.
Thank you. So I wouldn't be a teacher if you didn't have a schedule come up and 15 other changes along the way. So I'm happy to be a teacher, happy here today. First, as always, I'd like to thank those that gave me a chance to speak. Just want to double check my equipment. Good. All right, should have done that beforehand. As a teacher, I took on this role, and I actually took the time to investigate what is a Builders Club. I am one of the newer Kiwanis members. I've only been a Kiwanis since 2000. 14, 15, depending on how long it took for me to get it inducted. And then I was president like most people in the first 2 years. Another 2 years come by, I'm lieutenant governor, then I'm lieutenant governor again, and it's like, what do you do next? So I told Alana, you know, wherever you need me, I will go wherever you need me. Had no clue where she was going to put me, and she asked me would I serve as a building club administrator. As a past middle school teacher, current high school teacher, I knew a little bit about Builders Club, but I actually wanted to investigate and spend some time learning what it is the Builders Club. For those that don't know, it's been around since 1975. It is our bridge that we are missing. How many of y'all actually have a Builders Club connected to your club? I expected that because y'all are here. If I asked the rest of the clubs, it wouldn't be as good. We spend a lot of time talking about what is a Builders Club. So the quick numbers. Builders Club is the largest organization. It deals mostly with middle school kids. Here's the adequate point that's great about Builders Club. They did key clubbers, not picking on key clubbers, but this kind of sounds like I am. You don't have to be connected to a school. With COVID going on, this is the perfect time for your club to build a Builders Club. How many YMCAs, how many Boys and Girls Clubs does your organization have, your community have? All right. If the school's not meeting and the school's not having meetings, guess where the kids are? The Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, and so on and so forth. So this actually gives them a chance to actually create these new clubs. And as Builders Club administrator, my own personal goal is to create 10 new clubs, and I will be coming, talking to the incoming lieutenant governors and other club presidents to try to support my own personal goal of trying to build 10 new clubs. Because currently, we only have 42 active clubs in Capital District. That does not include West Virginia. So I didn't have West Virginia numbers, but I'm not going to include those 10. I'm going to also encourage those in the West Virginia district to add to my 10. So that's my own personal goal, is to add 10 new Builders Club. Now, why do we need Builders Club? Well, I've been hearing this quote the last couple of years. Kids need Kiwanis. And I'm going to actually say it's the opposite. Kiwanis needs kids. We are a dying organization. I am a new member. My incoming president is actually the first president of our club, and actually my own personal mentor, Dr. Hillier, past governors in the back. He has been meeting with me and so many other organizations to try to strengthen our club by trying new things. And I'm pretty sure a lot of your other clubs are doing the same thing. Builders Clubs, they've been doing it for years because that's how the kids think. They are the type of kids that they want to interact, they want to help, they want to be ready. Last year, I had a speech about generation, and don't forget about Generation X. Well, some people criticized me because I said that millennials do not like to, they don't like organization. Partially true, partially not true. But the difference is this is not that generation. Whether you want to call it the new generation that's coming into Builders Club is your future. My club is going to turn 50 years old this year. You have clubs in this room over 100 years old. What is your future? As Eric, as previous speakers have said, you got to think about your future. First, K-Kids. Start right out the bat. Most of the kids, they'll tell you, yeah, I know what Kiwanis is. Those are the ones that give out the T-shirts or to give out the bumper stickers for terrific kids. Partially true. That's not what K-Kids is. K-Kids is one of the first times they do it. Then come Builders Club. And the best thing about K-Kids and Builders Club is that the kids actually themselves get to motivate and actually pick their own projects. Key Club's pretty much similar. The only difference is we should be attacking the boys clubs, the girls clubs, and churches as well. Here's an example of just in my division how another organization that was kind of dying out got picked up by Builders Club. In Dinwiddie, they had a program, a teacher was doing a program all by herself called Pass It On. Kind of like spread it on, pass it on, spread the word. And she was not having help through the school. She looked out, found the local Kiwanis club. We actually got her going, and they created a Builders Club in Dinwiddie. The Builders Club is actually doing very well. They're keeping both two logos and same ideas together. So I'm just bragging about my division, yes, but it's just a way to look at how you can actually build a Builders Club anywhere in your division. Builders Club are more hands-on. They teach with this wonderful idea of different projects. I saw many different photos I could use to actually help out with the Builders Club. I just love these the best because it's actually kids doing the projects, more hands-on, and that's actually what these are looking at. And I'm guaranteed that most of your clubs, if you actually had a hands-on project day, they would actually like that better. Some of you already stopped listening to me because I spoke more than 8 minutes. Attention span's gone. Well, kids are the same way. All right, so we got kids making bags. Actually, in the middle is the picture for the teacher bags, and then quilts on the side. So my right or your right. The left would be lunch bags. Builders Club also has their own philosophy. One of their philosophies is called IDEA. Identify the need, develop the passion, execute the project, advance the impact. Ironically, we're already doing that. As lieutenant governor, this was one of my own personal projects. I looked in my community, and police involvement is very low. They don't trust the police officers. I work with kids that do not trust police officer. They will watch somebody get murdered and will not say a word. And it really hurt me teaching these kids that have constantly saw people die left and right, but they won't talk. Why? Well, you had to look into it. One of the things is they don't trust them. So as Senate governor, what I did was I created a program, kind of an idea. I had some other names for it, but I call it Pass the Ball, where a club just basically organized the opportunity to get sports equipment. And I'm going to brag on one of my other clubs, Hopewell. They took it a step further. I did it as a Division 10 project, but what I noticed is that every single club did it differently. Our chief basically took it for his own personal use. Dinwiddie and Petersburg passed it out, didn't advertise that much. Hopewell, every other day, put Facebook photos up over and over again. Speaking of the youth, this is the perfect time for them. They would love doing projects where they get to see their face, and their parents get involved. So now you have a possible Kiwanis member in the future, but you also got the parents that are going to see you doing these projects. They're going to want to be part of your Kiwanis club now. And a little personal soapbox. With the Kiwanis as a pronoun, one of the other speakers that I was going to have come up, she refused to speak because this is actually one of those hot topics right now about pronouns. And being a little bit younger of a member, but I am a Generation X person, the idea of pronouns is something that people may or may not accept, but we must accept. And how do we accept that? By stop bullying. All right. There's many different types of bullying. And as a Kiwanis member, I would encourage you to actually, you probably can't see it, but it's that second one and third one down there at the bottom that you don't realize you are bullying people yourselves. We do a lot of verbal hazing, just the way we grew up. Unfortunately, when kids see that, they don't want to be part of it. I've actually seen and gone to people's clubs where they've seen people just razz, as you call it, a member. They never went back to that meeting again. Think about that when kids see it. They're getting bullied nonstop. And bullying is one of the biggest problems for middle school kids. They get bullied all the time. So if we as Kiwanis are bullying each other, whether you realize it or not, it's not very effective. So we want to build the future. One of the ways we can do it is to stop bullying. Now, if we want to try to help bullying through cyber bullying, whole total another issue. Luckily, some of your members that don't know how to use technology have not gone through cyber bullying. They'll take your photo, take pictures of you, make all kinds of memes with you. You slip up. Now as a teacher, this is actually your worst enemy. Because all of a sudden you're just walking, you slip, you fall off stage. It's already on YouTube, TikTok, everywhere else. Can't stop that. But what we can do is we can stop our own cyberbullying through our own personal harassment and teasing each other. Now I'd like to talk about the website. I wish I could give credit to the person that made this website. I try to investigate who actually did, but as a member of many different people that are part of it. I love this website for many reasons. One, if you are still virtual, they have virtual PowerPoints and virtual tools to help those new clubs. If you already have one, they have multiple tools to help you actually build your Builders Club, invite your Builders Club parents to your meetings, and just videos along the way. So if you get a chance to go to the buildersclub.org website, please do. I want to thank you for your time. My name is Jamie Moore. I will be here all year to help you out with any kind of help you need. Please reach out to us. And I believe you're going to turn it over to Matt.
All right, and next we have Mr. Matthew Montgomery. Come on up here. He is on the CKI Executive Board, and he's going to talk to you for a few minutes about CKI. So Matthew.
Well, good morning. Well, my name is Matthew Montgomery. I am serving as the South Division Lieutenant Governor for CKI this year. Just a little bit about me. I'm a political science and communication studies double major, a senior at Randolph-Macon College, and I am very new to the K family. I was not in Key Club. My high school had a Key Club, however, it wasn't very active, and I was in marching band, so I had no other time. Shortly after coming to college, I joined Randolph-Macon CKI Club, and it was by far one of the best decisions I have ever made. So very briefly, there are 3 key values at the heart of CKI: service, leadership, and fellowship. The first value I want to talk about is leadership. And this is where a lot of my experience in CKI comes from. On March 10th of 2020, I was elected as Randolph-Macon College's president. Now, if anyone remembers what the days after March 10th, 2020 were like, it was a very interesting experience being club president. In fact, on March 11th, Randolph-Macon sent everyone home. I didn't see any of my club members for almost 6 months, and we were put way back on terms of planning. However, we were able to adapt. And we were able to put on service events, fellowship events, granted in a hybrid or virtual platform. And, leadership is something that's just so crucial to CKI. Many professional developers will say there is a leadership gap amongst our young people. And this organization has given me the tools to enhance my leadership capability, and it enhances the leadership capabilities of all of our officers and our leaders. But in addition to that leadership position, last year I was appointed to be the Capital District CKI Committee Chair for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I had worked on these issues in the past, and I wanted to bring my desire to make change to this organization, and I helped put on workshops. I helped with our social media staff to get post-style awareness posts and things of that nature. And this past, I believe it was March, I was elected to serve as the Lieutenant Governor for the South Division. So 3 leadership positions in this organization in just under a year. And that is something that is not uncommon for our organization, really giving our young people that opportunity to lead, opportunity to be successful. So leadership, like I said, is just one of those values. The second value is service. Service is at the heart of CKI. It is what we do. But this past year, that was difficult. We had to do things virtually. We had to do things hybrid in a way we've never had to do before. One service project that we at Randolph-Macon did is that we had a canned food drive. We saw that food insecurity was a massive issue, not just across the country, but in our small town of Ashland as well. So what we did, we got all the COVID procedures down in place. We made sure we were staying as safe as possible. We worked with the school, and we collected over 250 canned food items, so the previous record for a canned food drive at Randolph-Macon was 75 collected canned food items, and we more than doubled it. And that was something that I was so proud that we were able to do in just a short amount of time. Thank you. And now that is something that we are looking to continue at Randolph-Macon even after COVID, and maybe even going to food banks, going to these outreach areas, and not just doing things virtually. And the last value is fellowship. Fellowship this past year has been more important than it ever has been before. We've already talked about this morning how anxiety and depression amongst teenagers and college students is higher than it's ever been. The social anxiety that's been brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic is not something that's new. However, it's just something that's been worsened, or it's more easy to spotlight. And that's where CKI for me has meant the most. I've met some of my closest friends in CKI, all the different outreach, whether it's a movie night or a game board night, or we had a King's Dominion trip 2 years ago. Those friendships and those experiences are are very much at the center of CKI. And those three aspects, service, leadership, and fellowship, is what makes CKI so special. So that's enough about CKI. So how can Kiwanis help CKI? Well, the number one thing that we need is support. And I'm not just talking about financial support, but that is a big part of it. You know, we're a bunch of late teens, early 20-somethings. We don't have that much money, and our clubs really rely on our Kiwanis partners to provide money for dues and for different service projects or funding to go to convention, things like that. But that's not the only area where we need support. We also need empowerment. I always encourage Kiwanians to invite CKI members to their own clubs or service projects or any kind of function. Make those connections. CKI has a lot of members, and we're likely to become Kiwanians after leaving CKI. So forming those relationships then helps Kiwanis' numbers in the long run as well. But I do want to ask the audience a couple questions. So who has their own club sponsor a CKI club? All right. And how many of your Kiwanis clubs are within either a short driving distance or a short commute to a college, university, including community colleges? See, even more hands went up. So in the Capital District, CKI, this year we've set out to charter or recharter 5 new clubs. And so this is where another area we can help. If you're interested in partnering with the CKI club or helping with the chartering process, please come see any of the CKI people in the back. We'll be happy to talk with you. I'll give you my email address. Let's work together, and let's make this next year in CKI and Kiwanis the best we can possibly make it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
All right. So, Jamie, thank you so much for your presentation. Matthew was not scheduled to speak here. So, can you guys give him a big round of applause? You did a fantastic job. And so, I don't have any gift cards or anything, so he's going to get an extra bottle of water. Congratulations. Good job, Matthew. All right, we're going to take a little break until 11. So at 11, come back. We're going to do the next 2 sessions back to back. So no breaks between the next 2 sessions. So if you need to take a break, take it now. We'll have Carolyn Rochard and then Karen Schumacher and panel, and we'll do those back to back, and then we can have lunch. So everybody take a few-minute break. We'll be back at 11. Thank you. All right, I think most of you are working towards those seats. Thank you. All right, so I don't know if you knew this, but Kiwanis is also a noun. So we have past Capital District Governor Carolyn Rochard. She's been a member of the Kiwanis family since joining Circle K International as a freshman at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. She joined the Fairfax Club in 1989, serving as club president 4 times, lieutenant governor also in various district committee chairs, and as governor of the Capital District. Carolyn will serve as the district chairperson for human and spiritual values for that committee in 2021 and 2022. Outside of Kiwanis, Carolyn works full-time for Capital Caring Health, and she uses her background as a nurse and as a minister to focus on clinical services and quality of development. She also has 2 dogs, which that sounds great. So, to talk about human and spiritual values, here is Carolyn Rochard.
So it's great to be with you all again, and it's wonderful. I want to thank Alana for the wonderful opportunity that she gave me to do human and spiritual values. I did this way back in the 90s, a long time ago, and it's been fun to see how we have grown as an organization and further developed. And I want to remind us all of one of the objects of Kiwanis as we do that, and that is to give primacy to the human and spiritual values rather than to the material values of life. Well, values, that's a noun, and that is the noun we are going to talk about today as we think forward for Kiwanis. Also remember, as we've talked about diversity and inclusivity and openness and flexibility, that it takes a village of values to serve our world. I don't know about you all, but I've been somewhat frustrated over the past few years as values have tended to clash, and people have tended to think that values can't be together, but somehow if you value this, then I can't be a friend with you. Or if you value that, you're very different from me and I don't want anything to do with you. And I think instead we can find that values can bring us together rather than drive us apart. So we're going to talk about shared values, values that are shared across cultures, values that are shared across faith traditions, values that are shared across generations. And I wish I could tell you I'd come up with this list, but I didn't. I have to give full due credit to Elena and to her daughter Diamond for the values that we are going to talk about and share and learn from this coming year. So this is the list of values, and you all have a handout at your desk, and they're very different because it's a whole list of values and then of monthly ways that we can work towards those values. And some of you even have a blank sheet. You have one called gentleness, and it doesn't have anything filled in. That's all on purpose. But communion, grace, neighbor, service, fellowship, joy, friendship, family, acceptance, favor, gentleness, and peace. Can anybody think of a group that doesn't value those values? Can anybody think of a reason that we couldn't find a way across our political differences, our cultural differences, our generational differences to join together in these values? If you can, put your hand up. I don't see any hands. That's good news. So this is going to be a toolkit. Each value will come together in a toolkit that your club can choose to use any parts of that toolkit you wish to use. There'll be articles in the Capitol Builder. There will be other things coming out to help you, but it's going to start with something like, well, it will start with, and some of you have in front, icebreakers. So I'm going to pull up one of my sheets here. The first month is communion and an icebreaker. And communion not in, for some of you might think of that as more the sacramental, I go to church and I get a piece of bread and I get something to drink. That's not the kind of communion we're talking about, although there is a background in the reason why we call that communion. But communion is the sharing or exchanging of intimate thoughts and feelings, especially when the exchange is on a mental or spiritual level. So what can we do as a club to work through that? And I'll get to that in a moment. But icebreakers that will use the value of the month that you can use to open up a club meeting, to get to know your own members better, and to maybe find out a bit more about how those values resonate in their lives. A choice of quotes and invocations. And I've tried to be as inclusive and diverse as possible, and I may find even more that I'll share with y'all in the future, but trying to find them from a variety of traditions. And then service project ideas. What might be something that your club could do that you hadn't thought of yet? And many of these they're not nothing, how do I say? They're service projects I've known of from a lot of clubs over the years, so they're nothing new and shattering and earth-breaking, but they're just ways to think, well, maybe we could do this. And then club speaker ideas. So let's look again in an article in the Capitol Builder with the words of the month for those editions. And I'm also going to do a brief summary of the holidays so we get to know those traditions around the world a bit better. One of our members in our club is Hindu, and Madhu has taught us amazing things about Hinduism. We've gone to his temple. He shares with us the holidays. He brings us in some of the holiday treats when a Hindu celebration is being held. And it's just really enriched us all, and we've learned so much from that. So I'd like to give everyone the opportunity to learn more and experience some of that. So I'm going to look at October with you. And some of you have October in front of you. Some of you have some other months in front of you. But some club project ideas for communion. Again, sharing, exchanging of intimate thoughts and feelings, especially on a mental or spiritual level. So host a community discussion about community needs. This is actually a part of what our club should be doing all the time, is reaching back out into our communities and finding out what they need. This is what the mayor talked about. This is what the CEO gentleman talked about, that we need to talk with each other. We need to open up our ears and our mind and find out what do they need rather than, well, I like to do this, so let's do this. So get your community in and listen to them. Maybe host a clergy gathering. I know I'm a clergy member, and there used to be a clergy group that met, but it disbanded. It fell apart. So I don't get a chance to get together with the other clergy in my community the way I used to, and I miss that. And that might be something your club could just host sometime, coffee hour, lunch, dinner, doesn't matter. But get the clergy together and give them a chance to meet each other and get to know each other. How about having a fall picnic for senior citizens, perhaps at a local subsidized housing complex? A lot of us have senior citizen subsidized housing in our area, and these are people who are literally living Social Security paycheck to Social Security paycheck. They have very little room for anything extra in their lives. So anything you can do that provides a meal for them, that provides time to get together, would be a welcoming. And I understand October might not be the right time to do this with the Delta variant. It might be something you put in line for later down the road. But keep that in mind. Club icebreakers. So what world issue are you most passionate about making better? Do you know what your club members are passionate about? Do you know what really would get them opening up their mind, their heart, maybe even their pocketbook to help, or maybe they're already doing it, and your club could be a part of that? Where do you feel most peaceful and secure? When I think about communion, I think about a place where I can just really open myself up. And to do that, I need to be secure. I need to feel that I'll be safe. Well, where do your members find that sense and that safety and that peacefulness in their own lives? And how can we maybe open that up to other people too? Who was your best friend as a teenager? And what's your favorite memory of that friendship? Some of those stories just can bring back some amazing times that then open us up to new friendships and new communion in the future. And then, why have you kept your Kiwanis membership active? Some of us have been around maybe a year or two, and some of us have been around many decades. And why? And what is that that's kept you going? So quotes, invocations, prayers, and I know clubs are developing different traditions and different manners of doing this. And so some clubs are still using a more traditional prayer type invocation, and I wrote a few of those myself where I couldn't find anything I really liked. There's also the Kiwanis book on those, but I put in some quotes from different people, and some are more serious and some are a little bit funnier, like marriage is not just spiritual communion, it's also remembering to take out the trash by Joyce Brothers. So they can be humorous, they don't all have to be very serious and weighty. But I've brought in some prayers where possible from some other traditions, because I find there's such beauty in opening ourselves up to what else, the wisdom of the world, so to speak. And finally, and the one I had the most fun with, is speaker ideas. And I know our club has sometimes struggled to find some speakers, and sometimes the speakers we've brought in, they weren't quite what we'd hoped or expected. But in this case for communion, inviting some members of your town council or your county board or whatever group it is, maybe it's a homeowners association if your club is really centered in a particular neighborhood. But what ideas they have, where is their passion to create a better community? Then member sharing sessions, giving every member present 1 or 2 minutes to share their ideas on how they can create a better communion in your community, meaning a better way for the members of your community to come together. Does anyone else have communities where people are kind of at each other's throats at the moment? Yeah, I know in our community it's been happening. Some of the school board meetings that have happened recently have been extremely tense and nervous in some of our areas. There's, I think, a real need for people to figure out a way to bring us back together as communities that are working together. And then check out YouTube. There is an amazing amount of speakers available to you on YouTube. And I tried to pull up just a few, one or two for each month that I thought were really interesting and neat and exciting and sometimes very different. They give you also a chance to bring in speakers from all over the world. Speakers from very different cultural or ethnic or religious perspectives than your club might have as a majority. And you can pick the time. Some of them are as short as 8 minutes, some of them go 20 minutes, but they might be a great way to start conversation in your club about the speaker. Some of them are a little more controversial, and you might want to look at them first and decide if your club is ready for that or not. Some are very sweet and wonderful and very little controversy at all. But just look and go and see. All you have to do is go to YouTube and put in the title of whatever you want to explore, and it'll give you a list easily of 20 speakers on that topic. So now, October through July are done. Many of you have copies. Again, you have different months. And these are just a starting place. These are my ideas. Feel free to take and run with and do something totally different, but that works into that value for your club. So those 10 are done, but I did not get the last 2 done. And that's kind of on purpose, because I know I don't have all the ideas. I come from one particular perspective, one particular generation, one particular faith background. I need help. So this is group participation time. And we've got a good amount of time to do it. So gentleness, and I brought my things up here. I want us to think out loud at the moment. Gentleness. When you think of gentleness, what do you think of? Just throw out a few other words that you resonate with you. Kind, nurturing, caring, compassionate, mature. Yeah, there's all sorts of neat ways that when we think of that value, and there is on here, gentleness is the quality or state of being gentle. Well, that wasn't real helpful. Mildness of manners or disposition is when you go to the dictionary, how it defines it. But what are some service projects that would help us have more gentle communities and bring gentleness to people? Yes? So an annual prayer breakfast. And I'm actually taking notes because this is going to become part of the plan. Other ideas? Helping out a senior citizen home? Okay. I would say especially with some of our senior citizens who have dementia. That can be an area where gentleness often goes by the wayside, unfortunately, and those are people who very much need gentleness. Mm-hmm. So helping at an action club, yes. Elena. Pet a pet, oh yes. What brings out gentleness more than having a warm, furry puppy, kitten, rabbit, whatever your joy is? Sometimes people even like snakes. For some people, that brings it out. So, but pet a pet, that's a wonderful one. How about even, yes, go ahead. So wonderful. Luggage for Love for foster kids who are moving from home to home often, and they're carrying their belongings in a plastic trash bag instead of having something they can put those in. What an amazing project. So the website, Luggage of Love. Thank you so much. What wonderful ideas. This is, again, if we all put our heads together, what amazing things that we can come up with. Yes.
and they aren't able to bring anything with them, basically, because they're a lot of times just taken out of the house. And so trying to provide some things for them just to maybe have a little bit of semblance of normalcy.
It's amazing with, yes, stuffed animals. Thank you so much, and the mic is great. But yes, stuffed animals for children at shelters where families, abused families, can come and receive a safe place, but a place of gentleness there. So all great ideas, and there are tons more. But I'm going to move us on. Club icebreakers. What are some questions that you can think of that might help give your club members a chance to share the idea of the value of gentleness? Okay. So member biographies. An oral presentation, yeah. Other thoughts? What's a forgive me the light. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing. Yes. Go ahead, Jen. A favorite memory of gentleness while you were a child, of somebody who reached out and did something for you when you most needed it. I'm curious. Yes. Mending. So yeah, what acts of kindness did you do? Where were you able to be gentle this week with somebody? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is, yeah. It can be, it's funny, the other day I work in a hospital setting Monday through Friday, and I was running by one of the housekeepers who just looked like the day wasn't going so well for her. And I just reached out, I said, "Thank you, you're such a lifesaver." And she just kind of looked at me. I said, "But if you weren't keeping this place clean, especially, now always, there's germs everywhere, the rest of us, our lives would all be at much higher risk. So thank you, you are a lifesaver." And she went, "Wow, thank you." You know, she says, I feel better now. So just that little thank you that you can do to somebody who's often overlooked can mean so much. So thank you. Yes, those 101 acts of kindness. So sayings and invocations, and I don't know, I know it's hard for me to come up with those off the top of my head, so I'm not going to ask you to come up with them off the top of your head here. But try to think of what is something that you've heard. What is maybe from a scripture passage, maybe from a favorite book or a favorite poem, or maybe just a person somewhere in history that shared something that resonates with you, that you come back to when you are maybe getting angry and maybe not feeling so gentle. Maybe it's just, breathe deep and count to 10. But what is it that helps you? Yeah, do you have an idea there? Pay it forward. Yeah, pay it forward. When was a time that you needed somebody to be, or don't kick the cat was one my mom always said. Don't be angry at one thing and then take it out on somebody else. So just think of those types of things, look them up. And again, if there's a favorite prayer that you'd like that was a part of yours, the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi is included in your list, some of you will see, because it's a favorite of mine, and it's one I go back to. And so the Serenity Prayer is another one that it runs across traditions and across many faith traditions, but it just really is a place when I'm feeling, what do? I say that prayer and it helps me refocus. So think of those things. Now, speaker ideas. That's one I have to admit. When I was thinking of gentleness, I'm like, who in the world could we have come speak to us about gentleness? So what are your thoughts and ideas on that? A veterinarian. Wow, that's a good one. Yeah, veterinarian. And what are the needs of the pets and the animals in your area? What are the challenges? What's going on there? Animal rescue. Mm-hmm. Actually, I just thought of one as we're talking. Post-traumatic stress disorder is an area where there's a lot going on. I do a lot of work with veterans in my work too, and we've done a lot of learning about post-traumatic stress disorder and moral trauma. And moral injury is another way that that's been said, because the Vietnam vets are now aging into that generation where they're most of our patients, and they've been through a lot, and there's a lot of gentleness needed when somebody is going through that PTSD. So that might be another thought as the Veterans Administration. Yes? I'm sorry, what? NICU staff, yes, yeah, the so many children there in those situations, and their parents, and what they go through and the families go through, definitely there. First responders, yes. Fantastic. Yeah, so transcendental meditation, a way to be able to center yourself so you can find that kindness and gentleness within yourself. Yes. Okay. So yeah, teachers and school counselors. It resonated with me earlier. One of the speakers talked about what the teens are going through, and I have a niece right now who is in her first year of college and really has gone through some rough times. She's already has anxiety disorder, and she reached the point of severe depression where she was considering committing suicide this past year and had to be hospitalized. And so there's a lot going on out there, and so that could be so helpful, yes. Okay. So yes, jail ministries, yeah, for people who are been forgotten or put aside or whatever words we want to use there, and then are going to come back into the community, and how do we both help them know that they are valued and we are needed members of our community even when they're in jail and when they return. And many of them are parents too, and they're going to need to know how to return to being in-person parents perhaps. So lots of great ideas, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another great idea. And some of those ideas you may see, some of them are on some of the months that are before you already, because they all kind of fit, but yeah. Hospice, thank you. As a hospice worker, thank you. So yeah, your hospice team can come in and just talk about that soon. So, oops, I did not mean to quite go forward there yet. And then peace. And peace one, I had some ideas already on that. But again, peace, especially again, as we look to the conflicts within our communities right now, as we look to try to bring people of different, I don't even know how to play it, just different thoughts and different ideas about what we should be doing and how we should be doing it and how we should be responding in this pandemic in a way that seems to, in some ways, be separating us rather than bringing us together as communities. So how do we help bring about peace in our communities? Not in a way that shoves differences under a rug, because actually those differences can help us, can make us stronger. But how can we share those differences rather than fight with those differences? So I am going to wrap up a little early, not much, because I think you've gotten the point, and let me go forward instead of backwards. I do look forward to your ideas and your thoughts. Please use this as a beginning or starting place working forward, and we will look forward to hearing from the clubs back as to what you've done or how this helped. Or if something didn't work, please let me know that too, because I want to learn from the things that didn't work. But thank you so much for this chance to remember that Kiwanis is a noun.
All right, we are going to move into the last session before lunch. So, aha! My Kiwanis moment. So, all right, so Missy Zimmerman is the key leader administrator, and she's actually going to be stepping in for Karen today. So please give a big warm welcome to Missy.
So I thought about getting out a blonde wig and renting some pom-poms so I could do my best Karen impression, but she did say I could say that, by the way. So not talking out of school. So let's see, we have a presentation which should show up in a second. Do I do something? Oh, okay. We're going to do a panel kind of a presentation today so that you actually get to hear about some aha moments. Nope. Okay, so we're going to start with a definition of this particular part of grammar. What is an interjection? It's a word or phrase that is grammatically independent from the words around it, and it mainly expresses feeling rather than meaning. And I think all of you who participated in ta-da earlier today had an interjective moment. So that would be a great example right there. We also have darkness. Oh, okay. Examples of interjections, you know, like or whelp, or whew, or booyah. So, you know, there's all kinds of ways that people express their meaning through using an interjection. Some more here. Duh, yep, hum, la-di-da. And then ack, bah, humbug. And disgust, yes, right? And then blah. So anyway, those are some examples of interjections, but we're going to talk about aha. That's our interjection for today. A moment of sudden inspiration, insight, recognition, or comprehension. In other words, something occurs to you that didn't occur to you before, and it inspires you and energizes you. And that is what we want to talk about now. So we have 4 folks that are going to come up and tell you about their aha moment. And I'm going to introduce the first one, who happens to be Scott Zimmerman, while he is walking up here. So Scott Zimmerman is married to me. Oh, wait, there's more. There's more. So Scott was born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. He came to Virginia 49 years ago to attend William and Mary. And while he was doing that, he founded Conscientious Carpet Care 48 years ago, which has been voted the best carpet care cleaner in Williamsburg for the last 18 years in a row. He is currently a member of both the Williamsburg and Gloucester Kiwanis clubs and a former member of the Colonial Capital Club. He believes in giving service and has a long history of volunteering in his community and beyond. Over the years, he has brought many people into the Kiwanis family with his enthusiasm and the obvious joy it brings to him. Scott is a past club president of 2 clubs, 2-time lieutenant governor, and past governor of the Capital District, and he's an inspiration to me.
Actually, she is the real inspiration. It's phenomenal. So yeah, I've been a member of Kiwanis on and off for over 38 years. And with that being said, there's a whole lot of aha moments, so I was really hard-pressed to figure out which ones. So my first experience with the Kiwanis family was actually with Key Club. I was in a private school. I was there. It was a good school. It was a boys' school, grade school, actually. But I was there because I was kind of a mess up in the other high school I was in. So I went to private school, and great people, you know, coat and tie, learned great manners. It was fun. Well, my college advisor said, you should join Key Club and get that on your resume. Anybody heard that before? Okay, so that's what I did. I joined Key Club. I had no experience with Kiwanis. There was nothing. Anybody heard that before? So that wasn't my aha moment. But it was the first experience I had, and I hope there's not a lot of experiences like that out there. I hope we can do better. Well, anyway, fast forward. I did finally join Kiwanis. Why? I was asked. And I joined a club that was a fairly new club. It had split off from the club I'm currently a member of. And I stayed in that club because of the fun and the fellowship and the opportunity to work in the community. It was all great, but that wasn't my aha moment. So I served on the board of directors. I joined that club. I had left that club for a while. I joined another club, Williamsburg. Why? Because I was asked. And I joined the Williamsburg Club, learned a lot, moved on to the board of directors. I didn't want to do anything more, but I did. And I became president, and afterwards I became the lieutenant governor. Well, still not my aha moment, not the one I want to tell you about. As lieutenant governor, though, I got an opportunity to work with a whole lot of other Kiwanis clubs. And wow, Kiwanis one day, I worked with 5 clubs in one day. And they were all doing different projects, and they were all making a difference. And some of the things Carolyn was just talking about, they were doing, working in a disadvantaged community, doing gardening and this and that. And it was just fantastic. It was so wonderful to work with these clubs. Another one was working at the Lackey Free Clinic, cleaning this up, the whole place up, windows, carpets, everything else. And we donated carpet cleaning and furniture cleaning for them, and floor cleaning. But that still wasn't quite the aha moment. That was pretty good. Well, anyway, eventually I didn't want to do much more in leadership, so of course I ended up being governor. Well, anyway, I was governor-elect, and I had the opportunity to be involved, and I found the more and more I was involved, the better it got. Engagement, excitement, being with other people, being with people with like minds, getting stimulated. Well, pretty good stuff. And then, I did something I never thought I would do. This is getting close to my aha moment. I went to district convention for Key Club. I call it KeyCon, whatever. And there were 1,000 kids and adults with more energy than Jane got us doing earlier this morning. Jumping up and down, running around. They were all well-dressed. They were all well-behaved. Well, okay, they weren't bad. But that energy, that was it. I mean, that was one of the best things that ever happened to me, was seeing these are the kids that we make a difference for. These are the ones that are going to grow up, and if they have the right experience, they're going to be here with us. How many of you have a background in the Kiwanis family? How many of you grew up with the Kiwanis family? Not enough. We need to change that dynamic. My aha moment was learning more about the possibilities of Kiwanis and the Kiwanis family. So that opened my eyes, and with my eyes being opened, it opened my heart. And with my heart being open, I was able to see so many more possibilities in our community, so many more things. These kids, this is so tough for them right now, COVID. What can we do to help them? How can we go a little further? There's 100 or so of us here. How many of us are representing clubs that have never been here before? Or how many of us have been here a lot of times before and it's the same people? Let's get everybody involved. Let's get them that aha moment. My aha moment also included CKI convention. I learned about college kids that are in different communities than they grew up in, but here's Kiwanis and here's CKI. Here's an opportunity for service and leadership. Phenomenal. That's what we are. And those were the important aha moments for me. Lots of others, but those meant something to me. Thank you.
Amazing, the buzzer's going off. That never happens. All right, our next speaker is Sheila Umberger. Sheila is the Director of Libraries for the City of Roanoke, so we're in her home turf. She grew up in Southwest Virginia and discovered a lifelong passion for everything books as a child. How fabulous to work with your passion. Sheila has a master's in library science, and she got the love and training and experience for creating the strong and, oh, I skipped a sentence, sorry, Sheila. She has a master's in library science. She has the love, the training, and experience for creating the strong and vibrant programs that Roanoke enjoys. She came to Roanoke to help the libraries convert their catalog systems to digital format and was promoted to the position of director. She has modernized and expanded library programs and exponentially increased circulation in this community during her tenure. My favorite accomplishment is her Roanoke Baby Board Book, given to every child born in this community. The Roanoke Library System is award-winning, and Sheila is a big part of that.
Well, hello, everyone. This is my first meeting, so I could say part of the AHA is just meeting other people and being at this meeting, so I'll start there. But I'll start more basic than that. I presented to the Kiwanis Club, to various ones, so in Roanoke, so that's how I kind of started with that. And about 4 years before the playground was built, I became part of that committee. And that's where I really, really got to know the club members. And as time went on, I cannot say enough about the enthusiasm, particularly Jackie and Sherry. And as the playground came to fruition, COVID hit. And I saw this group stay together, do mulching events safely when it was completed, and raise $419,000 during COVID. And I guess I would say, I don't mean to sound selfish with this, but I thought, you know, we all have a certain amount of time that we've been given, and how do we want to spend it? And when I thought about it, the main aha thing for me was I wanted to be around this group. I wanted to be around the group that worked so hard to bring a playground to a neighborhood where 80% of all the crime in Roanoke happens within a mile of that branch and that playground. People in very high need, and it has transformed it. And so I thought, well, you have a limited amount of time, and I want to spend my time with this group because they're truly an inspiration. The second thing I would say is kind of trivial, but I thought about this too. I went to the first club meeting, and then COVID hit, and then we did Zoom, and we worked on different things, and now we've started meeting in person again. And I realized one day, you all are very polite. I don't know how to say this to you all. This is one of the biggest strengths of all of the Kiwanian. It's not just polite, it's encouraging. And in a time when there's so much discouragement, it's so nice. I see people, you walk up, and instead of the person talking about themselves, they start telling you everything wonderful about the person that they're in relationship with. So that's something I'm seeing here. I saw it in the club. Now I'm seeing it in this whole region, and I think that's something that should be celebrated. And lastly is more of a big picture thing. So as we've talked about, Star City Reads, first I'll say thank you so much for donating books. It means so much to our children. It's one of the prongs of our Star City Reads thing, and so I'll give a big perspective. So in 2011, Chris, who was the city manager, called me one day, and he's like, Sheila, would you head up an application for All America City? And that particular year, it was, what is your community going to do to improve grade level reading by 3rd grade? So, you know, I pulled together a committee of 5 or 6 of us from different groups like United Way Schools, Tap Head Start, and we worked for 9 months on this application. And part of that was benchmarking where we were and what we needed to do, and we created what was called a Community Solution Action Plan. And we were very startled when we won. When we came for our plan, that was the scary part. So the point I'm getting to here is when we came back, we were all excited that we won, and then we were terrified that we had won and we had to implement the plan. So that very day, one of the partners is like, you know, we put a lot into this plan. We can't work on it anymore. So I'm like, oh my gosh. But that day, a person from what I view as an unusual group, not the traditional players in the reading game. It was the Roanoke Children's Theater. They called and they said, we read about the award and we want to be part of that, and can I bring my whole board to talk to you all? So I learned 2 things that day. One is you can lead a group. That doesn't mean you have to do everything by yourself. And you can also, more than one person in your community should care about reading. So over the last 5 years, what we've discovered in Roanoke with our Star City Reads campaign, which is part of a national campaign of over 500 communities called the Campaign for Grade Level Reading. So there's probably, I know there's groups, communities in Maryland, Virginia, all over that are in the campaign. So I would encourage you all to reach out to that. And they all have different names, and we call our Star City Reads. And each community has a lead, and the library's the lead for our community thing. But what I'm getting to here is I started going, this is my aha moment. There are a lot of people here working for the good of children. So what I would say is I see this tapestry of community. And the tapestry that I see by joining Kiwanis is all these people that come from all different parts of walks of life that care about children. And so what the aha for me is, this is a group we should all work together all the time. And I feel like it's an expansion of the people that I know that we've worked with in Star City Reads, because we've grown that from 6 community partners to 33 just within the city of Roanoke, as diverse as the symphony and, of course, the Children's Theater and the Bus Company and all these other people that care about children. And so I just want to say thank you. My biggest aha is I see the tapestry of our children and the work we do one child at a time. Thank you.
Perfect timing yet again. We're on a roll. All right, our next speaker, as you can see, is Ken Searles Law. Ken was born and raised in the DC metro area. He joined the Marines in 1977. He's got a bachelor and a master's in physics. That's big brain stuff. During graduate school, Ken began volunteering with young people and developed a lifelong passion for improving the lives of children. As a physicist, Ken worked at some interesting labs, including the Jefferson Labs in Newport News. Here, 2 particles collided, which resulted in marriage to his wife, Lisa Searles, and produced their daughter, Carol Ann. Ken helped to found a 501c3 called the Newsom Bailey Project, which focuses on working with failing schools to help failing students improve their grades, as well as early learning, which is critical to children's future success. Ken was introduced to Kiwanis when he was a speaker at a Kiwanis meeting. His passion for helping children dovetailed nicely with our Kiwanis mission, and he has been an active member ever since.
Thank you, everyone. Actually, there's another aha moment that I just discovered while sitting there. So I have a relationship with Roanoke, Virginia. Both my parents are from this area. And so I would spend my summers here. And I'm from a big family. And as I was thinking about telling you guys about my relationship to Roanoke, I realized that I have a big family. I'm in a big family because every summer my parents would send the kids away and then we'd come back and the family would grow. So I just discovered that aha moment today. So as I said, I'm from the Washington, D.C. area, and my parents, my mom mostly, is really into education, and she passed it on to her children. I graduated from graduate school at Howard University, which is an inner city university, and that's where I developed the passion to work with children. And so that started then, and so I worked with children, mentored children, and things like that. And then in 1995, I started working at Jefferson Lab, and that's where I am presently. And I searched for the local inner city community to work with children and to mentor children. And then I established this 501c3, Newsom Bailey Academy, and as was mentioned in the introduction, I was introduced to Kiwanis that way as a speaker and noted the the desire and the passion of Kiwanis to work with children. But the aha moment comes from the fact that I looked at those two as two separate entities, my 501c3 and what the Kiwanis, what we did in Kiwanis. So I would work with my 501c3, seeking volunteers, fundraising to help develop or work with children that were performing below grade level. So to let you know just how bad this is, and this is a serious crisis if you don't quite understand this. The school that we work with in Newport News, 80% of the students, this is elementary school, 80% of the students are failing, 80%. They're performing below grade level. And when I say they're performing below grade level, second and third graders, when we test them, their education level is pre-K. And without the proper intervention, it's game over. And our program, we partner with a group called the National Institute for Learning Development, and we do educational therapy. And we work with these kids 3 to 4 years, and we retest them along the way, and we take them from pre-K to performing at or above grade level by the time we're done with them. And so there's that. And then there's the Kiwanis that, in my mind, sat over here as an independent entity. My biggest aha moment is coming to conferences like this and hearing what Kiwanians do. And just like I discovered while my family was so big, I discovered that we're interested in the same things. And why can't we connect those two? And so now, as a matter of fact, my last division council meeting, I'm Division 13 Lieutenant Governor. At our last division council meeting, I had my executive officer from, because it just got enough finances to be able to pay for an executive officer, so I don't have to burden myself with the paperwork of running a 501c3. So now I can burden myself with the paperwork of being a lieutenant governor. And Jeff, in 2 weeks, you will have that report. Because I have an executive officer, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's an aha moment, too. However, one of the things that at our division council meeting, I invited our executive officer to speak and ask for volunteers through the Kiwanis organization, because we all do the same thing. And so one of the things is that I am establishing within the community, and I see everybody in my time, okay. So the biggest aha moment is the fact that now all of this is intertwined together. And real quickly, so this morning, as I'm checking in, because I just dropped my daughter off at Charlottesville, so I just got here this morning to the conference, and there's a master sergeant, Marine master sergeant, in his dress blues checking out. So I speak with him and talk with him and say, hey, thank you for your service. We talk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And some kind of way we got into service projects. He was an inner city kid in Los Angeles. He appreciates the things that we do. And having that conversation with him, and found out he's a recruiter in Newport News, Virginia, he's interested in becoming a Kiwanian. So, putting all that together is that big aha moment. So, thank you.
Awesome. And I will say, aha. All right, we have one more presenter, and that is Tara Brent. And Tara is a member of the Capital Legacy Kiwanis Club and serves as its secretary. She was a member of St. Mark's High School Key Club and served as a lieutenant governor. During college, she was a member of the University of Delaware and College of William & Mary CKI clubs. She was a distinguished CKI district governor and an international trustee, so she is K family. Tara currently lives in Northern Neck of Virginia with her husband, Matt, also a Kiwanian, her 13-year-old daughter Reagan, 11-year-old son Parker, and 5 cats. She works at a 4-H Youth Development Extension agent with Virginia Tech. So please, welcome Tara.
So I have to tell you a little story first. This is probably the first time I've been in an official Kiwanis function with my married name, because there was a little bit of a gap in my Kiwanis story that I'll share with you. So I have to say it was a little strange to come up to a podium and not have a phonetic spelling of my last name up here. If any of you remember me from my Kiwanis family days, there would have to be a little phonetic spelling up here to help you say my last name. So it was actually kind of funny. I had that aha moment in the back. I was thinking, I said, this is probably the first time I have this name at an official Kiwanis function like this. So that was an aha for me. So my aha moment's a little bit different. I think there were a few of them. Missy shared a little bit about my Kiwanis family experience. That first aha probably happened in 1994. That'll share a little bit about my age. That was when I started in Key Club. I was an extremely shy student, came out of middle school that I hated, went to a private high school, and didn't really know anybody. And my neighbor next door was in Key Club, and she said, oh, you should come. You should see what it's like. Now, I was one of those people. I don't know if Key Club still says this. You know, I was like, do they make keys? Like, what is it? You know, that was a thing when I was in high school, that we had to squelch that rumor. Well, Key Club, I think, started me on that trajectory that I realized, okay, this was my place. And one thing that really hit me, that for people, all the people that have shared today, and probably all of you, what helped give you that aha moment was that sense of belonging. You know, I work now in another youth development organization, 4-H, and that's one of the tenets that sets 4-H apart, is that, okay, we want to give youth a sense of belonging. I think successful Kiwanis clubs give that sense of belonging to their members. So I was in Key Club for 4 years. It kind of just made sense. I joined CKI. And for me, that CKI had more impact on my life than just a service organization that I was a part of. For those of you that knew me in my previous life, I met my husband through CKI, little tidbit. And it's funny, you know, I always say the universe works in mysterious ways. So, you know, I sit there and wonder, because people will ask me, well, how did you and your husband meet? Because you didn't grow up where he did. You didn't go to school where he did. So how did you just happen to meet him? And so then I shared the story, and they're like, wow, okay, you know. But think about it. We had that something in common, right? We both had that connection to service. So after I left CKI, I felt like it was expected of me to join Kiwanis. Look at what Kiwanis had done for me. It's expected I join. And I did. And much like, I think, a lot of the young Kiwanis family members that joined Kiwanis, I think I had 5 positions in those first couple years. I was given a lot of jobs. And I'm going to tell you that actually didn't help my story. Putting all of that on a young member because, oh, well, she's got the energy. We saw what she did in the Kiwanis family. She has to do it in Kiwanis now. Unfortunately, my story had a little pause. I had those 3 dots because in 2006, I left Kiwanis. I just rejoined 8 months ago because Kiwanis was, at that point, I was a brand new teacher. I couldn't do both. I said, okay, you know, I never realized that everything I was doing in Kiwanis was just like everything I'm doing in my work. And I needed to take a break. And I realized that I didn't have that sense of, still have that sense of purpose and belonging. But then just this past year, a club that really could fit my life now was created with one of our e-clubs. So, and that sense of belonging has come back. So I think I share that with you not to say, oh no, we lost a Kiwanian. You know, think about how can you re-engage those Kiwanians that maybe that you have lost. Because the Kiwanis spirit never went away in me. It just wasn't the right time, and it wasn't the right situation for me. So I'm really glad that I'm back in the Kiwanis family. I know that I am who I am, due in part to Kiwanis. And think about when you are recruiting members, think about that sense of belonging. It's not enough for you to just recruit members, but think about how you truly make them a part of your club. In 4-H, I use the example of a party. Okay, so you can invite everyone you want to the party. You have all these people at the party, but who are you asking to dance? Who are you asking to go get a drink with? Are you really including them in your club? So think about that, and if I leave you with any aha, think about belonging. Thank you.
Boom, 5 minutes. It was pretty impressive. Wonderful, wonderful thoughts in 5 minutes apiece. So I want you to stop and think about your Kiwanis aha moment. We've all pretty much got one, but have you ever really sat down and thought, what is mine? And told yourself that story so that you can tell it to others and share it yourself. It's a wonderful new member recruitment tool, or as Tara just pointed out, a great way to re-engage with a member who has chosen to leave and might be ready to come back. So now we have the final wow Shazam interjection. Please welcome our Governor-elect Ilana doing her Kiwanis happy dance. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Missy. All right, so housekeeping items. If you're an in-person attendee, take out your wallets, maybe a couple dollars, and get your Ducky Derby tickets back there. So it's out in the lobby. If you have a green ticket, the fellowship luncheon is coming up. They will start serving at 12:20, but you can migrate over there and just sit for a few minutes and get ready for lunch. At 12:50, if you're virtual or in person, there's a fellowship session. Dan Casey, he's a columnist for the Roanoke Times. That will be back in this ballroom. And then at 2 p.m., we have 3 more amazing workshops, or there is a foundation board meeting. So we will see you all back here at 12:50. So thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed the first part of your day and come back.
Do we have Wendy?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'd like to begin the session.
Did you hit the record button, Jeff? Okay.
We're recording.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Lurie. I am from the Kiwanis Club of Tysons, Virginia, and I had the honor of serving as your governor last year. I now call the fellowship session of the 2021 Capital District Kiwanis Education and Leadership Conference to order. Would you please welcome to the stage Wendy Melithine from the Kiwanis Club of Roanoke, who will give our invocation this afternoon.
Thanks, David. Yes, my name is Wendy Melithine. I've been a Kiwanian for 32 years. I'm also a secular Franciscan and have been involved with interfaith activities here in the Valley for 11 years. So our club is dedicated to ensuring that all people are respected for their spiritual beliefs, and in that tone, I ask you, may God bless you with discomfort at easy answers, half-truths, and superficial relationships, so that you may live deep within your heart. May God bless you with anger at injustice, oppression, and exploitation of people, so that you may work for justice, freedom, and peace. May God bless you with tears to shed for those who suffer pain, rejection, hunger, and war, so that you may reach out your hand to comfort them and turn their pain into joy. And may God bless you with enough foolishness to believe that you can make a difference in this world, so that you can do what others claim cannot be done, to bring justice and kindness to all the children and the poor. And may God bless the food that we have consumed and the hands that prepared it. Amen.
Thank you, Wendy, for that inspirational message. Would you all please join me and give a warm welcome to our Capital District Kiwanis Governor, Dennis Baugh, for two special presentations. Dennis.
Thank you, David. Signature projects show the impact of a Kiwanis club can have on a community. From playgrounds and parks to festivals and fundraisers, signature projects are the hallmarks of what Kiwanis clubs are known for in their communities. Signature projects provide valuable and needed service to a community. They elevate awareness of Kiwanis, engage current members, and remind them why they joined Kiwanis. Additionally, signature projects can increase membership. Don't forget to invite and involve potential new members in your club's next signature project. This year, Kiwanis International hosted the 4th annual Signature Project recognition program for districts in 2020. New to this year's contest is the establishment of 2 contest tiers. Clubs with 27 members or less were judged in Tier 1, and clubs with 28 members or more were judged in Tier 2 category. We had a total of 10 applications in the Capital District. Donna Riley led the charge to grade these and judge them along with her team. The winner of Tier 1 was the Kiwanis Club of Tuckahoe, Tuckahoe's Kiwanis Fall Golf Classic. For Tier 2, the winner was the Kiwanis Club of Roanoke, Kiwanis Centennial Playground. They were also chosen by Kiwanis International as one of the top 10 nominees that were showcased at the ELC in Salt Lake City. Unfortunately, they were not one of the top 3, but again, it's a great accomplishment after I think there was, I don't know how many hundreds of applications. So again, thank you to both Tuckahoe and the Kiwanis Club of Roanoke for the efforts you made and the accomplishments you did. I also, as you heard earlier, I'd also like to announce the winner of the Governor's Magazine article submission contest. As you know, my theme is spread the word. I put out a challenge. Spread the word through the submission of articles to our magazine, The Capital Kiwanian. And not in the script, but I would like to have a round of applause for our editor and publisher, Jen Wolfe, who, without her, did a fantastic job. You know, it's just remarkable, the digital product she puts out. So thanks, Jen. I appreciate that very much. The club stepped up to my challenge. Between October 2020 and June 21st edition, 90 articles describing the very positive work that the clubs and individuals were doing for their communities they serve were submitted by 46 clubs and 3 divisions. The clubs that submitted more than 4 articles were eligible to receive 1 full registration to the ELC. These clubs were Roanoke, Ellicott City, Greater Ocean Pines, Ocean City, Charlottesville, and Christiansburg. And as the contest said, those 5 clubs were put into a hat, and here is the winner. Jeffrey.
All right, so we've got, we've got these names in here, and you get to pick one. So why don't you pick one? Open it up, see who the winner is. Let me see, it's Ellicott City.
Let's give them a hand. One quick story, though, about that video. Everybody knows that Jeff and Jen are married, correctly? We have several married couples, and a lot of people in the crowd has been married. So for the last 3 weeks, I've been sending the information to Jeff, said, Jeff, we need to put a video in there of Livy, okay? 2 days ago, the light bulb went on. Oh, that's my daughter. Jen's got the video. So anyway, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Jeff has been very busy, so you know we do give him credit for that. He's done a great job so far this morning and yesterday. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Governor. And congratulations to all of our award winners. At this time, I'd like to ask our past governor and Kiwanis Children's Fund trustee, or better known to many of us as Mr. Eliminate, John Tyner, to please come up and give us an update about the Kiwanis Children's Fund. John.
Thank you, immediate past governor. I'm really excited to tell you about the amazing work that the Children's Fund's been doing. Give you an update on the campaign status and explain why the fight against maternal and child health, maternal and neonatal, is even more urgent than ever. That's better. The lights, anyway. First, on behalf of the Kiwanis Children's Fund, I would like to thank you all for your ongoing support of the Project Eliminate. Kiwanis have been able to save and protect millions and millions of lives of mothers and babies around the world because of your generosity and your compassion. When we come together, we make remarkable things happen for children. Our House of Delegates in the 2013 District Convention pledged to raise $3 million for Project Eliminate, toward which, based on your help, we have raised $2.7 million in cash paid. The tally so far is that every single club in Capital District has given something, even if it was just $25. And out of those clubs, 27. I could have. That's okay, thank you. Well, I got two mics. Let's see if I can get a feedback here. 27 of those clubs have become legacy model clubs, and for you that may have forgotten what that means, to be a model club, you have given the equivalent of $750 per member in your club to MNT. We've had 2 lead donors, 7 major donors, 97 Centennial Awards, and for you new members, that means in the year we were 100 years old, we had a special award for those who wanted to celebrate that. And we've had over 600 Walter Zeller fellowships and diamonds presented for us. Just to remind you that the Eliminate Project is one of the 5 Kiwanis causes that the Children's Fund supports. The Children's Fund is also dedicated to helping Kiwanis serve children by raising money, granting funds for service leadership programs, Kiwanis-led service projects, disaster relief grants, and the elimination of IDD through the Sustainability Fund that do an awful lot that many people don't really realize. Many of you remember that in 1994, Kiwanis began its first global campaign for children. The Kiwanis family contributed more than $105 million to eliminate IDD and the leading preventable cause of mental and development disabilities. The campaign has given millions of children a chance to live healthier, happier, and more productive lives. We learned a lot about tackling a global health problem and maintaining that campaign's success. That was a great launching pad for MNT. And just as we've never stopped caring about IDD, we will never stop fighting maternal and neonatal health. The number of babies needlessly dying from neonatal tetanus continues to fall, thanks in part to the commitment of Kiwanis International. The world has seen an 85% reduction in newborn deaths from tetanus during the past 18 years, but including a 57% reduction in newborn deaths since Kiwanis joined with UNICEF in the fight against maternal and neonatal tetanus in 2010. Those of you who were in Geneva at the time for that convention when we kicked it off, that's really was something. The work we started with UNICEF decades ago keeps moving on toward the day when no baby dies of tetanus. These are more than just numbers. They are lives saved. We can be super proud that Capital's donations so far have saved 1.7 million lives throughout the world. That's a real accomplishment. Kiwanis' partnership with UNICEF supports healthcare workers and volunteers who face conflict and further health priorities, such as polio and Ebola and some of the world's most forbidding areas. They have vaccinated more than 161 million women of childbearing age, freeing them from the fear that their babies could die from this excruciating disease. Some of you have seen pictures that we had of the situation. If a mother had not been vaccinated, neonatal infection can occur when childbirth takes place without proper hygienic care. For example, on dirt floor without sterilized tools. Newborns, when contracting tetanus, suffer repeated and painful convulsions and extreme sensitivity to light and touch. In addition to providing vaccinations, the effort to eliminate MNT has led to more births being overseen by doctors, nurses, or midwives, leading to better outcomes for moms and their babies. And Kiwanis' involvement has motivated other large membership-based organizations to join the fight against MNT. Conflict, displacement, and poverty keep some of the most vulnerable children from getting the vaccinations that can prevent them from diseases such as tetanus. Fear of vaccines can prevent families from gathering the help they need. Even when vaccines are available, the reluctance or refusal to vaccinate affects coverage, opening the door to new outbreaks. This is for all sorts of diseases that affect the world. Utilizing our donations in part, UNICEF deploys community mobilizers to talk to families, to reassure them, and to debunk myths and misinformation. But maternal and neonatal tetanus remains a public health threat to the 12 countries where women and newborns must at risk live in areas scarred by poverty, by war, and other health problems that they have from humanitarian crises due to dangers from internal conflict. Of the 12 countries that are still on the list to be helped, 9 of them have, I will call them internal conflicts, let's just say it that way. We all see them in the news. Despite the progress, the Global Elimination Initiative faces numerous challenges. And you should all know that in all those 12 countries, there are plans to deliver the vaccines so that they can come off the list of being countries in jeopardy. They've been developed, but especially with the COVID-19 situation, most of them have been set way back in their schedule. But our life-changing work in capital will continue as we raise our final $275,000 toward helping pay for vaccinations, transportation, training, monitoring, and supervision in those remaining 12 countries at risk, so that mothers give birth in clean, safe environments. So much we do is capacity building, as well as shots in the arm, what someone has called Fauci ouchies. It's a thing that I'm going to ask you guys and your clubs to make an impact and to do a donation at some point to help kick off Governor Alana's year, so that next year we can say we've met our pledge, and to a great extent, there's been more support for those 12 countries where needed. So please continue to donate as you can to support this work. And I thank you very much. Now, I'm reading this because I'm only allowed 5.5 minutes. And if I'm talking, you know how I am, I wander a lot. So there you are. Thank you very much. I'll take it back to it.
Thank you very much, John. We really appreciate that and all the work that you do on behalf of the Kiwanis Children's Fund. As many of us know, and I'm going to ask you all to let's like do what we did with the Olympics this year. As you know, the Olympics were delayed by a year. And so I'm going to take us all back. 18 months ago, we were together in Williamsburg, and we came out of a wonderful mid-year conference that we had, and we had all of this energy and all these plans for the 29-20 year. And of course, as we all know, COVID closed in on us all. And so we had to shift gears, and we ended up moving from a lot of what we planned to do to the idea of moving to making sure that our organization remained strong. And we got through this together through the COVID over the last 17, 18 months that we've gone, and still, of course, deal with this today. But I do want to take a time, and I appreciate the fact Dennis has allowed me to take a few minutes here this afternoon, because there are a group of people who deserve to be thanked from last year who didn't have that opportunity, because we're not in Richmond last year for our district convention. And so I want to take a few minutes and give out some awards for 2019 and 2020, and we're also going to do a very, hopefully very short retirement ceremony here for last year's district officers. So first, I'd like to go ahead and, oops, somebody moved my stuff here. First, I'd like to recognize some of our members and clubs from last year. For many years, for some of us who've been around for a while, we have had a distinguished club member program. For some reason, it kind of went into hiatus for about 8 or 9 years. As governor last year, I brought the program back. And of course, with COVID, it was very hard for many members to meet the criteria for that award, but we actually did have a couple of people who did apply and did actually meet the criteria. So I do want to recognize those people and call them up here and have them and recognized for the Distinguished Club Member Award Program. And the first one is, of course, our governor, Dennis Baugh. So Dennis, please come forward. And this is Dennis's first year getting this award, actually. So, congratulations. And our second one is, which I'm very happy to give to because I served on his board, and that is Scott Zimmerman from the Williamsburg Club. Scott. And he's actually, this is a level 7 award for him, so. And your pen. Congratulations. So, we also had a distinguished club program. Kiwanis International decided during my year as governor is that they decided that they were no longer going to, they delegated the distinguished club programs to the districts. And so we had to adopt and use criteria and judge our distinguished clubs for last year. So we did have a distinguished club program. It was fairly similar to how KI had done it for many years, but this time we actually had to do it ourselves. And we did have 8 clubs last year that actually did meet all the criteria for this award. And in the absence of time here, I'm just going to read out the clubs. And I do have certificates and distinguished club president pins for these clubs, so you can see me afterwards for those. But I do want to take an opportunity and recognize those clubs. And so congratulations to the Kiwanis clubs of Leesburg, Virginia, Ellicott City, Bridgeville, Delaware, Middlesex, Toano, Williamsburg, Abington. Thought I had one more. Oh, and Roanoke, Virginia. So congratulations to all those clubs. Now I'd like to ask those Kiwanians who are here in the room with us today that were served as 2019-2020 committee chairs, if you all would just please stand for a moment and be recognized. These were people who have jobs that, you know, they don't always garner a lot of attention like a lieutenant governors or a governor do, but they do a lot of work in this district, and without the work and the effort that they put in, a lot of things just obviously, I can tell you, do not get done. And so I wanted to take a moment and thank you all for your service and for your dedication during the year through very difficult and very trying times. And I appreciate and I look forward to working with all of you in the future, and thank you. So congratulations. Now I'm going to step down here for a minute, and I would like the 2019-2020 lieutenant governors, if you all would please come up here and stand in front of the podium in numeric order, please. This was a test for your numeric order, your number order. Josh, you're first. Yeah, you're first. Other side, yeah, switch sides. There we go. Okay. As those of us who know, and having been lieutenant governors, being lieutenant governor sometimes requires a skill kind of tantamount to herding cats. And working with clubs can be their moments because, you know, each club has their own way of doing things. But these ladies and gentlemen up here last year, and the ones who are not with us today, you know, had a very difficult time because, you know, they were the ones who had to go out and work with the clubs and tell them, hey guys, you really had to work off. You're on next year's board. Yep, it's okay. You get your chance tomorrow. So, actually, some of these guys up here get their chance again tomorrow too, so that Dennis will be retiring them again. But I want to take the opportunity And I have I have a little recognition for you all, and in some cases, your past lieutenant governor pins. Some of you all will be getting them tomorrow. But I want to take a moment and thank you all for everything you all did to make sure that this district was in a position so that when COVID did subside and we were able to start doing things in person, that we were ready, and that the clubs, took that time, and I think we're stronger for it for what they did. And a lot of that credit goes to these people who were out there in the field working with these clubs, making phone calls, sending emails, sending text messages, doing God knows how many Zoom meetings that we've done. But thank you all, and I really appreciate it. I'm glad that I was able to be your governor and work with you all. And congratulations. I have two of those lieutenant governors. I'd like you all to come back up here and join me on stage, and Eric Lamb and Jamie Moore. No, I'm sorry, Eric and Catherine, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was reading the wrong part of the script there. The lieutenant governor job, like I said, it can be very challenging at times. And one of the other things that KI did was they had delegated the Distinguished Lieutenant Governor Awards last year to our districts. And with COVID, it was very, very difficult. It was an agonizing decision of how and who to recognize for this, because obviously the criteria that is out there was almost impossible in many cases to meet. And so I had to think about this for a long time, and I consulted, several of my past governors and Dennis, and then how to go about do this, and I got some great advice. And so I have 4 people that I decided to recognize for distinguished status, and 2 of them are standing right here, and that is Catherine Cummins from Division 17, and Eric Lamb, and also Bill Black and Sheila Traham from Division 1, and Bill from Division 13. And so I want to thank you, and I have your Distinguished Lieutenant Governor pins for you, and I'd like to present those to you. Congratulations. Thank you much. Thank you. I don't have many more things to do here, so. I have 2 more groups that I do need to recognize, and they are very important people. And so with the 2019-2020 Board of Trustees, please come forward. Trustees, Dennis, John Morris, you too. Come on, you all are here. Where are you all? Do we have everybody? Who? No. You guys, there's no line up here. Jeez. Are we missing somebody here? What? I guess we got everybody. Okay. These were the people who governed our district last year, and that I was very proud to be asked to be governor and serve with them. They had to make a lot of tough decisions. It was very was very difficult when COVID closed in on us, and that we had to make the decision to suspend in-person events, when we had to decide not to do a district convention and do a leadership conference, to deal with some of the issues of the day that were out there that we continue to grapple with and on a daily basis. These are outstanding, extraordinary people, and I'm proud to call each and every one of them a friend, because we did some great things last year. It doesn't show up in the statistics, it doesn't show up, but it shows up in every day, because we go out there, we see the Kiwanis name still, we see what they're done, and it was things like that that they did. So I want to thank you all, and if you all would please give a warm thank you to these people, because they did some great work last year. Now, 3 of these people got the opportunity to move on to do other things, and so this is really their last opportunity. Well, in 2 of their cases, it's their last opportunity to be recognized in the district, and I want to take a moment and thank them. The first one is John Morris. John served as immediate past governor last year. John was a great source of advice. You know, John kind of, you know, it was when I had a question, I could call John up, and he was always there, and he always, you know, gave great advice, and whether we agreed about it or not, but no, still, it's, John was a great role model, not only for me to be as governor, but also to be as immediate past governor, and I tried to follow that, and I appreciate all of your consent, and on behalf of the Capital District, John, thank you for your service and being on the district board for so many years, and we hope you're enjoying your time being a past governor now, so thank you. We also had 2 trustees who completed their term last year. Serving 3 years on the district board is kind of always a challenge, and having done the job myself, because you have 3 different governors and 3 different, you know, programs, and it's serving as that continuity for the district is a very important job. And sometimes, you know, they have that history, and they also spent that time mentoring the newer trustees that came on board and working with them, and doing a lot of those important and being part of the process. And I want to take a moment and recognize the 2 people who finished their terms as trustee here, and I have a little something for both of you. So Alana and Jack, would you step forward, please? And so on behalf of the Capital District, we'd like to thank you and present you this Distinguished Service Award, and our thanks for serving this district. So Alana. Congratulations, Jack. Thank you very much. So thank you all, and I also have your past trustee pins here, so. Yep. But thank you all, and thank you all for your service to this district, all of you. It's been great, and I had a wonderful time, and obviously I couldn't have made it through my year without your all support, and I wanted to say thank you, and I'll wish you all the best. I'm looking forward to seeing what I've been enjoying serving with Dennis. I'm really looking forward to what Alana's going to do next year. It's going to be a lot of fun, so thank you all, and congratulations. There's one last person of that board. Excuse me. There's one person missing from that board, and that was Tom Varner. And I'm going to say more about Tom later this evening, but Tom was our district secretary treasurer. And Tom was a friend, and he was a very dedicated, passionate Kiwanian for those of us who worked with him. Tom and I came in as lieutenant governors together, and we got to serve together in many, many different positions over a 20-plus year period. And I'm glad I got the chance to be his last governor. I enjoyed serving with him, and he gave a lot to this district. And there will be more said this evening about that, but I could not let this moment go by and not say a few things and thank him for his service and for being part of this board for the last years. Thank you, Tom. The last group I want to thank, and then we have our speaker coming up, is a group that you don't always see their names on as a title, or but they are the people who me as a governor look to for counsel and for friendship, and are people who I could call up anytime, and they'd be there for me. And it was especially a trying time, not only because of COVID, but because some other things that were going on in my life at the time while I was governor and governor-elect. But I do want to take a moment and thank those individuals, and that would be Bob Wright, Tim Gillette, Mary Ann Gaber, Carolyn Mashar, Jennifer Wolf, and Jeff Wolf. Without those individuals, there were days I didn't know how I was going to make it through as governor. You know, we all had some very trying times in the last few months, but to have people like that I could depend on and give a call to, or send a text, or they would just call me up and say, hey, how's it going, Dave? It meant a lot, and having that kind of support system is critical for a governor, and I just wanted to thank them while I have the opportunity up here and while I got to serve. I think the greatest thing that from our year that I see is what's happening now in Dennis's year. We took the position, those people who you saw up here in the last few minutes that have been recognized, took the ideas that we had to make sure that we were ready, that Kiwanis was there, and then something that we passed on to those clubs. I think our clubs are closer now, even though not in person, but I think in spirit. And I think you're seeing that with Dennis this year, how we've had club growth, how we're moving forward, how we're getting back out into the community in person gradually. But I think Kiwanis is going to be in strong hands. And it was the people that I got to work with that made sure of that, and that we did not give up. We did not walk away. There were a few who did, and that's unfortunate. But for the most part, we're still here, and we're still strong, and we're going to move forward. And I want to thank all of you all for what you all still do in Kiwanis. And it was an honor to serve as your governor for the last year. Thank you very much. At this, step here. All right. At this time, I'd like to ask Steve McGraw from the Kiwanis Club of Roanoke to come forward and introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon. Steve.
Good afternoon, Capital District Kiwanians. I don't know about you, but I'm really happy to be here, especially after this past year. I'm a past president with 35 years of perfect attendance, so I have credentials. You don't have to worry about that. One of my heroes in the Roanoke Valley is a man by the name of Dan Casey. He is the Metro columnist of the Roanoke Times, 63 years young, holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in English from University of Maryland. Dan started in the news business at age 11, delivering the Newark Evening News in northern New Jersey. In his teens, he worked in a newspaper mailroom, and he sold newspaper ads one summer during college. From 1980 to 1982, Dan worked in Washington, D.C. as a full-time bicycle messenger, mostly serving media outfits like the Associated Press, United Press International, Washington Post, Newsweek, and the New York Times. The Bowie Blade News, a weekly in the Maryland suburbs of Washington, D.C., was his first newsroom job. From there, he moved to the twice-weekly Maryland Gazette and Glen Burnie, then to a daily, the Annapolis Capital, where his investigative reporting freed from prison 2 men wrongfully convicted in separate murders. One of them served 14 years in prison, the other 5 years. Dan joined the Roanoke Times in 1994 as a reporter covering Roanoke City government. Since then, he's worked as night Metro editor, news editor, Metro editor, single copy manager, senior editor, and since 2009, Metro columnist. His columns appear on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Dan has won more than 30 regional and national journalism awards, including the Virginia Press Association's top award for community service. In 2012, he was named one of the best columnists in America by the National Society of Professional Journalists. He and his wife, Donna, have 3 daughters and 1 son, all of whom are grown and out of the house. They live in Roanoke's Grandin Court neighborhood. Dan, while you're coming up here, I'm going to explain what I have in this goodie bag here. Dan Casey has written many articles about our Roanoke Kiwanis Club, anything from the infamous chicken all the way up to our pancake initiative. And Dan has been an honorary Kiwanian who has recently received one of our shirts, one of our masks, and of course, one of our little chickens. You cannot beat Dan Casey for what he has done for Roanoke Valley in the last 25 years. Please join with me in welcoming Dan Casey.
Thank you very much. I understand I have 15 to 20 minutes here and that you guys are on a really tight schedule, so if somebody would just give me a hook if I go on too long, I would appreciate that. Steve was supposed to deliver a roast in introducing me, so I'm very disappointed, but I want to thank you very much for asking me to be here today. When I was sitting over here listening to John Tyner talk about the importance of vaccination and all the work that the Kiwanians do towards that, the MMT, and it emphasized what a reality-based organization the Kiwanis are. And those are more important now than ever before, at least in my lifetime in this country. You know, it seems kind of funny to praise somebody for an obvious truth such as vaccination, and probably 10 years ago we wouldn't have thought it to be praiseworthy, but today things are a little bit different, and so it is. I was told a couple of things in advance of this talk. One was that the theme was to be spread the word, and I will try to adhere to that. And then Steve McGraw, who is my friend, reminded me to keep it clean. And I think that Steve was a little worried that I would forget that message because he gave it to me about every week since March. Maybe he programmed his phone to send me a text every Monday morning at 7:30 a.m., just the word clean. So I'm going to try to keep it clean. But I'm a journalist, remember. And in the context of journalism, spread the word can be a two-edged sword. And I'm going to tell you a little story that illustrates that. It's about a wet, behind-the-ears college grad who got his first job at a small daily in the town of Littlesville, Georgia. And he covered the police beat, which was the tough one because very little happens in Littlesville along the crime scene. Anyway, one day he's in the newsroom and he's got one ear tuned to the police scanner, and he hears this report of a child that's been attacked by an animal in a park. The park is only about half a block from the newspaper, so he grabs his pad and his pencil and a camera, and he runs out the door and he gets to the park. There he learns that the victim is a young boy and that the animal was a dog, and that the young boy was saved by a passerby who saw the dog attacking the boy, grabbed the dog by its neck, and choked it until it died. And the reporter interviews the hero, and he gets his name and his age and his occupation and his wife's name, and then the reporter says to the guy, "My editor's going to love this story." And he adds, "The headline will read, 'Littlesville man saves child from vicious animal.'" The hero says, "Well, there's only one problem with that. I'm not from Littlesville. I'm a visitor." And the reporter replies, "Well, how does 'Georgia man kills dog, saves little boy' sound?" The guy says, "Well, actually, I'm not from Georgia. I'm from Connecticut." And the reporter looks up and he goes, "Well, in that case, the headline will read, 'Damn Yankee slays family pet.'" So now you understand the principle about how spreading the word through journalism can be a two-edged sword. And I know of one, Roanoke Kiwanian, who can deeply identify with that, going back to the days when I covered City Hall and he was mayor. But there's another local Kiwanian I wanted to brag about today, and that's because of the profound difference he made in the life of my family. So as Steve mentioned, we have 4 children. It's 3 girls and a boy. The youngest is just turned 23, and the oldest is 34, and our second oldest is our daughter Erin, who's 31. A little more than 10 years ago, Erin was in college, and while she was in college, she developed some mental illness, a psychiatric disorder. And so she saw a series of psychiatrists. There was one on campus, and then she was referred on a couple of different occasions to intensive outpatient programs at a hospital where she saw different psychiatrists between those 2 programs. One time she was involuntarily committed for a weekend. Erin was bipolar, and she was calling. She was in Harrisonburg, and she was calling Donna or I, sometimes both of us, at least once a day, saying that she wanted to die and that life wasn't worth living. And she ended up in an involuntary commitment when her roommates called us one day and said she's really, really bad. And so they ended up calling the authorities. And so Erin was in a psychiatric hospital for a weekend. After that, she was seeing her campus psychiatrist, and she confessed to the campus psychiatrist that she had an eating disorder. She was bulimic. And the psychiatrist said, "Well, listen, nothing that I'm doing for you is going to work if you're interrupting your nutrition cycle there through bulimia. And so the first thing to do is to get that straightened out before we treat you for bipolar disorder." So Erin was sent to a place in Arizona that specializes in treatment of people with eating disorders. And she was there for 3 weeks, and things appeared to be going well. And then all of a sudden, our insurance company said she can't be there any longer. And with less than 24 hours notice, she was out. And we had to get a plane ticket for her kind of on short notice so she could fly home, and that was very stressful. I burned up, the day that I learned of this, I burned up the phone lines talking to the insurance company. And I ended up getting the email address of the CEO of the company that owns the insurance company, and I flashed off an email inviting that person to my daughter's funeral, and then kind of telling them the whole story of what had happened and how Anthem had kicked her out of this program that seemed to be doing her some good. And a friend of mine called that night when I was kind of at wit's end. He was a physician, and he didn't know what was going on immediately in our family, but he just was kind of a sounding board for me that night, and I unloaded on him. And his name is Frank Cotter, and Frank said, he's an ophthalmologist, and Frank said, "Listen, what you need more than anything else right now is a competent psychiatrist who can really help Erin. And he said, I don't know one, but I'm going to find the best person for her. And 2 days later, he called me, and he said, the guy that Erin needs to see is named David Hartman, and here's his private line, and he is waiting for your call right now. And so I called Dr. Hartman. That's how he was referred to in the Casey family, by the way. It's the reverential Dr. Hartman. And he said I would be delighted to see Erin, and Erin went to one appointment with Dr. Hartman. And then Donna and I went to the next appointment. And at that appointment, Dr. Hartman sat back in his chair after listening to Erin and listening to me and listening to Donna. And he said, you know, Erin, a young woman of your age with your particular type of bipolar disorder, because it was rapid cycling, and Dr. Hartman, I hope I get this story right. It's been a number of years. He said there's a decent chance that there's an underlying hormonal disorder. So I'm going to send you to a gynecologist for hormonal testing before we proceed any further. Well, that was something that the first 5 psychiatrists had not done. Erin went off to the gynecologist. The hormonal testing occurred, and the results came back that she was off the charts for something called polycystic ovarian syndrome. Now, there are a lot of women who suffer from that malady. And my understanding, and I'm not any kind of a medical doctor, is that a common treatment for it is birth control pills and metformin, which is actually a diabetes drug, but for some reason that works. And within probably 3 weeks of Erin being put on that medication, about 80% of her symptoms went away. And she has thrived since then. She was able to finish college. She earned a master's degree in health communications. After she got her master's, she got a job in Carillion working in their community relations department or community education department. And in that capacity, she started a program for peer counseling for substance abusers within the Carillion organization. She also met the man who later became her husband. They were married in a COVID wedding that we had in our backyard last September. His name is Eric Trin, and Eric Trin recently finished a fellowship in child psychiatry at Carillion, and he's now working as a psychiatrist for VCU Hospital in Richmond, where he and Erin live. Erin today is off all of her medications, and that's for a particular purpose. And I hope to have some exciting news about that down the road in a few months, but maybe it'll even be sooner than that, who knows. But I can't tell you what a relief it was for our family to have found someone who could help our second eldest daughter, because Donna and I literally cried ourselves to sleep for a couple years every night because we didn't know what to do with Erin. So, Dr. Hartman, stand up here. Let's give him a big round of applause. So I thought I would take a moment in the theme of spreading the word to spread the word about an extraordinary member of the Roanoke Kiwanis. And I know that there are Kiwanians who are listening to this who aren't that familiar with Roanoke, but just so you understand, David Hartman is blind. And my understanding is he was the first graduate ever in America of a medical school who was blind. And I don't think there have been very many. And we are lucky to have him in this community, and this club is lucky to have him as a member. So that's my little bit about spreading the word. Thank you very much for reading my columns. Dr. Hartman's the hero. Steve mentioned that I was one of his heroes. Dr. Hartman is one of my heroes, and I'll just leave it at that. And thank you very much.
Yeah, someone walked off with our script, but that's okay. It was you. Well, we need you to come back up here anyways. No, we need you to come on back up here anyways. Dan, we want to thank you very much for being with us today, and we have a small token of our gratitude for you joining us here at our leadership conference. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we have 3 more workshops that will take place here in the ballroom immediately following lunch. So please join us for all those informative sessions. And I am now going to ask Jackie Bledsoe to come back and give us a few more of conference messages. So Jackie. And I think she's also going to give us our benediction as well.
Well, hello again. I've talked to a lot of you. It's just so wonderful to see so many people that I've missed over the years that I've worked with. It's just great to see everybody. Before I get into these sort of tidbits of information, I want to give a shout out to my co-chair of this committee, Joyce Montgomery. How many of you have noticed the decorations on the table and wondered what in the world they are? Well, in keeping with David's spread the word, and the word is Kiwanis, Joyce said, wouldn't it be neat to make flowers out of pages of a dictionary? Oh, wow. So those individual little petals are pages of a dictionary folded like origami and then glued to that little tiny stem. She has worked tirelessly on those, and I think we need to give her a big round of applause. So I just have some little bits of information. Our only business session will take place from 4 to 5 today. There will be gallery seating in the business section today for non-delegates. Name badges and face masks are required for admission to all convention sessions. And this is your last chance to buy the Kentucky Derby tickets. And being held today, the drawing at 5 o'clock today in the Shenandoah room. So is there any other business to be brought before? No? Well, now if you will join me in benediction, please. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the many Kiwanis clubs gathered here this morning and for the participation of their members. We are thankful for the energy and dedication with which all Kiwanians everywhere lend themselves to bring help and healing to people suffering hardship. We are thankful for your wisdom, and we look to you for our continued directions to complete our mission. And now, Father, bless this gathering of Kiwanians as we go forward this weekend, finding new ways to serve our communities. For true greatness is service to others. Amen. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jackie. I'd like to now officially adjourn the fellowship session of the 2021 Annual Capital District Kiwanis Education and Leadership Conference, and see you all at the next set of workshops.
All right, everyone, welcome back. These are our last 3 sessions of the day. And first, we have Kavanaugh Bell. So, hi, Kavanaugh.
Hello.
Hi. He is going to talk about how Kiwanis is an adjective. So, Kavanaugh, we're going to give you an introduction, okay? So, he's an 8-year-old chief positivity creator of the bullying prevention nonprofit Cool and Dope, which is an acronym for Considering Others' Obstacles in Life, and Dish Out Positive Energy, with a mission to end all bullying worldwide by 2030. Cool and Dope creates family, volunteer, and activism opportunities to empower youth to speak up and speak out. For the pandemic, Kavanaugh used his life savings to make care packs for senior citizens and was able to quickly mobilize global donations to create the Love is Greater Than COVID-19 community pantry that has served more than 12,000 people since April of 2020, including sending $32,000 of critical COVID supplies and food to the poorest community in the nation, the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. So my special guest, who is my son, Sawyer, who is also 8, is going to introduce Kavanaugh Bell.
Take it away, Kavanaugh Bell.
Hello. So I know I've talked to you guys a couple months ago, but since in 2020, for the summer, I decided to go on a positivity ripple, and I started in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and now I went to Pittsburgh with the alignment chapter to help single mothers. I gave baby wipes, baby formula, and baby diapers. And then I went to Columbus, Ohio to go to a church because they have a nonprofit to drop off hygiene bags and because they have a drive-by pantry. And then I went to Chicago with Project I Am, and I gave away blessing bags to the homeless at a homeless encampment, over 150 blessing bags. And then I went to Minneapolis and I gave respects to the George Floyd Memorial. And it was a very emotional time for me, but I also got to speak with George Floyd's aunt. And after Minneapolis, I went to Kansas City and I went to Creative Imagination with backpacks. And I gave about 60 school supply bags to 60 kids. It had notebooks, coloring books, pencils, and a backpack. And then I went to Madison, Wisconsin with Morgan's Lemonade Stand and Little John's Kitchen, because Little John's Kitchen, it's pay what you can and you still get free food, or so if you have $1, you can still get food. And then I went to Denver, Colorado with Clothes 2 Kids, and they give 21 options. So 21 clothes. You get 5 tops, 5 bottoms, 1 jacket, or 1 coat, and a bra, or or some socks. And then I went to the Pine Ridge Reservation and I gave 50 hygiene bags to them, and also some supplies, some food supplies, and they're going to be giving that away next Wednesday. And then I went to LA and I spoke to 150 kids about what I do and my nonprofit, Cool and Dope. And I also inspired some of them because they had some business ideas. And then I just went to fill up a fridge in LA. Shout out to Chloe Cares. And then we're going to Las Vegas to remodel a house for a family of 6, 2 adults, 3 girls, 1 boy, and they never had toys. So you can go to my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, Cool Dope Living, to donate. And you can also go to cooldope.com/donate to donate, so I can get them. And I need 20 people to donate $20 so I can get them 4, so that I can have $400. And I want to buy them 3 weeks full of groceries and some toys. Thank you. And stuff and I still have the whole trip left. We're halfway done. and then we're going to Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, North Carolina, Atlanta, and Mississippi, and Alabama, and then we're going all the way back to New Jersey. That's our final stop to do a big campaign.
Kavanaugh, we just think. Can you hear me? Yeah. Kavanaugh, we think you are amazing. So thank you for talking to us. Does anyone in the audience have any questions for Kavanaugh? All right, we've got a question.
Kavanaugh, can you just tell us a little more about how you got started, how you were inspired to do what you do?
So how I was inspired to do what I do with my nonprofit is I'm an anti-bullying activist, and I was actually bullied at 5 years old while I was in a Chinese immersion school. And I didn't like the way the kids were treating me because I had a darkness inside of me, and I didn't want other kids to feel the darkness that I felt and feel alone like I did, because I had a hard time eating and it just wasn't a fun time. So that's why I started my nonprofit. It's an anti-bullying nonprofit that's all about giving back to my community and making sure that kids know that they can be leaders by giving them opportunities to speak up and speak out. So
Great. Anyone else? Question? There's one over there. It's coming, Kavanaugh.
What is your favorite part of everything that you're doing?
being able to see all the smiles on the people's faces.
I love that.
Okay, I see from your shirt you've picked up another corporate sponsor. So how many companies have gotten behind you in the work that you've been doing?
Well, we Hormel Foods, Welch's, and Ronnie. I think that's it.
Kavanaugh, will we see you on TV anytime soon?
Yes, I'm on this Positivity Ripple. There's actually a camera crew. They're from England, and they're filming a documentary for this.
Wow.
Kavanaugh, how many miles do you put on a car? Do your parents put on a car a year?
How many miles? Well, 4,700 right now, and probably another 4,000 to go. So 8,000.
Anyone else?
So what would help you the most? If you had to list two things that would help you the most for donations and that sort of thing, what do you need?
Well, I need right now, I would like 20 people to donate $20 so I can get $400 for a family of 6, because they lived in a house, and it was like a abandoned house over 50 years old and didn't have any windows or doors. So we're going to be remodeling it for a family of 6. So that's why I want $400 to buy them 3 weeks worth of groceries. And but Cool and Dope's going to be buying them a dining room table. But I also want to buy them toys, the kids' toys.
Kavanaugh, this is Carolyn, and you've really inspired so many of us. I want to challenge my fellow Kiwanians. I just went on and did the $20. How many others else can do that on your Cool and Dope so we can make that $400 for Kavanaugh?
So you can go to Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. It's Cool Dope Living, and then coolanddope.com/donate.
coolanddope.com/donate. All right. Well, Kavanaugh, you're going to get some money, buddy. We're coming for you. All right. Well, Kavanaugh, thank you so much for joining us again. It's just so interesting to hear what you do. And we wish you good luck, Godspeed, and be safe in your travels, okay? And
Okay, thank you.
thank you. And we're going to have Sawyer say thank you back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye,
Thank
Kavanaugh.
you.
All right, we are going to break until 2:40, and we're going to have Tim Gillette talk to us about how Kiwanis is an adverb. So take a short break, and we'll be back at 2:40. Thank you. University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, specializing in creativity and strategic innovation. So, Tim, please tell us how Kiwanis is an adverb.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, I just want to thank the Education Committee, chaired by Krista, and thank Alana for inviting me to come speak today. So the funny thing is, Alana calls me and she says, "Do you mind doing a short talk on Kiwanis as an adverb at the ELC?" I say, "Absolutely, not a problem. Just one thing. Please don't put me after Jane. I've seen Jane before, as we all saw this morning. She's good." And she goes, "Tim, I'd never do that to you. You're going after Kavanaugh." I go, "Well, you didn't tell me Kavanaugh was speaking." That was my aha moment for this ELC. So Kiwanis is an adverb. Let me see if I can get this working. Nope. There we go. So just a couple of things about me. I am a past Builders Club member. That was my aha moment. I might be the only past Builders Club member in this room right now. So that was definitely great. And so right now, yeah, professionally, I'm a finance manager / accountant at Carfax. That's the Fox, not the car selling. I'm not CarMax. And then I am an MBA candidate. My specialization is creativity and innovation, because naturally what an accountant wants to do is be creative, because we all saw what happened at Enron in 2000. So what is an adverb? An adverb is my favorite part of speech. You know why? Because unless you're an English teacher, no one knows what an adverb is. So it is a word or phrase that modifies or qualifies an adjective, verb, or other adverb, or a word group expressing a relation of place, time, circumstance, manner, cause, degree, etc. Whew, that's a mouthful. So I am highlighting the word modifies, because we all do a lot of stuff. We do a lot of great work. However, from time to time. We need to take another look at what we're doing and see what works, what doesn't work. So we're going to take a look at why. Why do we modify? Well, we're doing great stuff in our communities, right? Right? No? We do great things. Why reinvent the wheel? Why take something and start from scratch when we can just take a look at something and change it a little bit? How many people in this room have an iPhone or an Android? I bet you don't have the first iteration of the iPhone or the Android, do you? No. And every year when Apple and when Samsung come out with their new gadgets, they're not reinventing it. They're taking things, they're looking at the features, they're adding, they're subtracting, they're making things better. So it's a lot easier to tweak things than to just start from scratch. And how do we modify? The easiest way to modify is to change our perspective. And a few of the presenters today have talked about perspective. And what is that? So when I was in high school, when I was a little Tim with a lot more hair, I had this English teacher. His name was Mike Ritchie. And he was a great teacher. He was a Vietnam vet. After he finished his tour in Vietnam, he was combat wounded. He came home to Jersey City, and he taught English. That's how I learned what an adverb was. And he used to sit there, and he would walk, and he'd go. He would always put his hand on his chin. He'd go, kids, because he called us kids, not students, not men, women, etc. He'd go, kids, you all lack perspective. He said, you guys see the world like this, like a horse with blinders on. He said, my job as an educator is to teach you to see the world like this. So in this short program, I hope that I can help some of you see the world this way rather than that way. A quick story of perspective. I have a young 4-year-old daughter, and when she was 3, she and my wife were having a conversation about our house. So my wife goes, you know, Natalie, I like our house because it has wide open spaces and lots of natural light. And Natalie looks over and she says, Mommy, I like my house because it's where my playroom is. Again, same house, different perspective. So here's some, just want to take a quick look at some corporate logos and sports teams logos, and just take a look at perspective. FedEx. Everyone knows the FedEx logo. Everyone has had FedEx trucks going up and down their street, especially during the pandemic, right? I feel like at my house, we get a visit from the FedEx truck every day dropping something off, or if nothing was dropped off at my house, he would ring the bell anyway just to make sure my wife was okay. But if you look in that negative space right there, there's an arrow. And it's pointing, showing that FedEx is always moving forward. And if you see that driving down the street, you see the arrow moving forward. Again, you had to look at that logo from a different perspective to see that. The Wendy's logo, it's tough to see, but in the collar of the Wendy's logo, it's the word mom written out to pay tribute to Wendy's mom. Everyone knows Wendy's is named after the daughter of the founder, Dave Thomas. So he, in that logo, gave tribute to Wendy's mom. Name escapes me. The Bronx Zoo. Got a couple of giraffes there. In a bigger picture, you would see in the negative space below the giraffes, it's the outline of New York City. Okay? Quick trivia question. Does anyone know what a group of giraffes are called? A tower, correct. So they put the towers in the middle of the Tower of Giraffes. Anyone go to Baskin Robbins? Everyone sees the BR in the Baskin Robbins. But in the pink space there, you have the number 31. Baskin Robbins is famous for their 31 flavors. Growing up, this logo always confused me because I said to my dad, why does one team have a baseball glove as its logo? Don't they all play baseball? And he had to show me, he goes, no, Tim, that's actually the M and the B for the Milwaukee Brewers. GW, Josh threw this in there for you. And the negative space here in the center of the W is the Washington Monument, to pay homage to George Washington. And lastly, the Washington Capitals logo, the eagle's wings makes the W for Washington, and in the negative space there is the Capitol Dome. So again, when we change our perspective, we looked at something a little differently, we've seen objects we've seen thousands of times, and maybe we pick up something that wasn't there before or that we didn't know were there before. So how do we change perspective? Well, we have to be creative. Is creativity inherited or can it be learned? How many people here think creativity is inherited, meaning, look, I'm not creative, I can't be creative, there's no way this is going to happen? Great, because everyone thinks it can be learned. So when I was a student, one of my courses at the University of Illinois was called Fostering Creative Thinking, and we learned something called the PAGES framework. And the PAGES framework teaches folks to look at things from a different perspective. So what is it? So we have 5 parts, and it's an acronym. It stands for parts, actions, goals, events, and self-concept. So the parts, well, what parts make up something? Anything. We could talk about an object. We could talk about our service projects, our membership drives. What actions are involved with that? What's our goal? What are we looking to accomplish? What kind of events surround this product or project? And lastly, self-concept. How can we relate to us, and how can we relate it to others? So I have a little bit of an activity, and it's with a Ziploc bag. Everyone knows a Ziploc bag, right? So I want you all to take a couple of seconds and just kind of analyze a Ziploc bag. What type of parts, what type of actions, goals, events, and self-concept can you come together with a Ziploc bag? I'll give about maybe 30 seconds or so to think about it. I know I picked the most mundane object I can think of. Who has fun with a Ziploc bag? All right, so did anyone think of any parts of a Ziploc bag? What parts? So take a look at the bag, and what kind of parts are there? You got the zipper at the top, right? We have a label. You could label, so you write down things, so you know that chicken you put in the freezer has a certain date on it. Anything else? The top, right? You can open it up. You have the seams to keep it together so things don't spill. Yep, corner. Plastic, right? You gotta have the substance that keeps it, yep. Great. So think about actions. What kind of things can you do with a Ziploc bag? It's so hard to hear, folks, with the mask on. I should have thought about this better. Yep, you could put chicken in it. So I'm going to just kind of go to, so you could put things in it, right? You can organize, protect, yep, freeze, yep. So we have tons of Ziploc bags in our house. They hold food, toys, markers, crayons. But what about if you are a police officer? Could you use a Ziploc bag for something? As evidence, right. So you put something in there, zip it up, and take it away. How about teachers out here? Have you guys used Ziploc bags in your classrooms for something? Sensory. Yep. Separating, yep. What kind of goals? That's true. Yep, you could put put some ice bags in there and that. What about goals? Any goals? Anything that you would want to accomplish with the Ziploc bag? Yep, keeps things from leaking. Keep it organized. Protect things from outside. What kind of events What kind of events could you use a Ziploc? You put your lunch in it, right? Cooking. Leg warmers? One of the things, think about if you have young children and you have a party and you have a piñata, and you bust open the piñata, you give the kids a Ziploc bag to go fill the candy. Bake sale, right? Put cookies and cake in it. Yeah. And then think about self-concept. Think about some ways that you could connect. Like what type of people, who would use a Ziploc bag? Everybody, but specific would everybody can use a Ziploc bag, but what like specific professions would you say could use a Ziploc bag? Could a teacher use it in the classroom? Right? A nurse could use it to make ice packs. They can use it to organize their supplies. Yep. Pill bags, depending on the size, you might be able to have real small and put out the different doses for medication and whatnot. It is an it's organizing tool. What about we talked about the police officer, the detective, so a chef. Organize, do their meal prep. They can chop up everything and put it in the Ziploc bag and put it in the refrigerator and use it for the next day. Moms and dads. Let's not forget about dads too, because dads totally use the Ziploc bag. All right, so just kind of, here's just a kind of things that we came up with when we did this exercise in class. Again, most of these things we've already talked about. Parts, opening, seam, closure, plastic. Actions, you can store items in there. You can just use it just to blow hot air. You can fill it with water and use it as a water balloon. You can stand outside of your window and just kind of get passersby. That's what happens when you grow up in a city. That's your fun. You fill up the Ziploc bag and you just kind of. Goals, we talked about better organization, carrying food, entertainment, blow it up, give it to some little kid and have them pop it and make a loud noise. Gift giving, you might use it to wrap up a gift or something you want to hand to someone. One of the things with a Ziploc bag is, remember back when we were all in person going to the office and you put your sandwich in there and you throw it in the refrigerator, and then what happens? You go to lunch and someone stole your sandwich? So a product that was made from a Ziploc bag was putting these, kind of like how they have the labels on there, they would put fake mold on the cover of the Ziploc bag. So when you put the sandwich into the bag and you put it in the refrigerator, the person that would come and try to take it would take it out and say, "Ugh, it's a moldy sandwich," but the mold was only on the cover of the bag. So that's a way to protect your sandwich and make sure no one takes it. Yeah, you guys see what kind of a neighborhood I grew up in. So what kind of events, right? You take it for lunch, parties. So if you're, having a party like I mentioned with the piñata, the kids gathering all the candy. Crime scene. Again, if you're a detective and you want to gather evidence, travel. How many people here, when you came to Roanoke this weekend, put your toiletries in a Ziploc bag? Yep, to organize everything, keep things separate, keep things clean. When you go through TSA, you have the certain size you can put the Ziploc bag, you can put all your stuff in. And then lastly, self-concept. You're a party host. Hey, I'm throwing a party. I'm a mom, I'm a dad, I'm throwing my kid's 8th birthday party. Here's a bunch of Ziploc bags so you can collect all the candy. If you're a kid, you want to have fun. Sawyer, don't listen to this part, but if you fill it up with water and you use it as a water balloon. Detectives, like I said, can use it to organize their thing. Detective can use it to store crime evidence. And lastly, just travelers, like we did this weekend. We put everything in there. So this is just a quick way to take a mundane object like a Ziploc bag, and we can find tons of different uses for it. So the thing is, when we talk about change, change always has its challenges. And what challenges are there? Well, why do we not want to be creative? What's the cost of creativity? Because creativity has a cost, right? Time is money. Number one, well, they say the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. Because anytime we change, we might change something and it might go wrong. And that's a fear. We have that fear every day. Secondly, well, it's really hard to take a look at ourselves and what we're doing and admit that things aren't going the right way. So how many times you see something, you're like, well, yeah, I think we're kind of going in the wrong direction, but I want to stay the course because I don't want to raise my hand and tell everybody, yeah, I don't want to be that red herring to say, hey, guess what? This is really, really going poorly, so let's change it. Secondly, change takes time because you have to sit there, you have to think about things. You have to come up with a new plan. You have to implement the plan. And by the time you do all that, we're talking about our Kiwanis years. Months go by, years go by, and we're still doing the same mundane pancake breakfast year over year, and attendance is dwindling because we're not changing anything. We're not improving anything. And then change costs money, right? Anytime we take a look at something and we modify it, there's going to be a cost associated with it that will financially burden us. So it costs money to change things. So I just want to kind of give a couple of final thoughts and how can we use this framework when we go back to our clubs. Number one, where do we need to do a perspective change? And I just want to highlight that because of COVID and the restrictions we've had over the past 18 months, we're doing this already. These aren't things that we're not doing. We've had to adapt to a lot of new situations and a lot of new ways to do things. And last night, I was talking with Jeff Wolf and Jane Erickson about post-pandemic, right? So everyone's talking about the post-pandemic. But is there ever really going to be 100% post-pandemic? Think about it. Think about some of those traditional things that we did years ago, 18 months ago, 24 months ago. Some of our events, we might never get back to the way they were. Because I am not a medical expert by any stretch of the imagination, but post-pandemic, it's probably not a reality, at least in the foreseeable future. And if we don't start looking at things from another perspective and another angle, we might not have our clubs. We might not keep our members. We might not attract new members. So fundraising. How many people have either your clubs or you've gone to something where a pancake breakfast or a barbecue had to be changed where it was takeout only? So you still had the pancake breakfast, but instead of everyone gathering in a room like this, sitting at long tables and eating pancakes, you did it takeout style, right? We're already adapting. Membership drives. How many people have tried to do Zoom membership drives and do things through Zoom? Again, we're already adapting. Josh Hiscock, Jen Wolf, you guys started 2 e-clubs in the Capital District. Well, you and your teams, but 2 e-clubs. That could be the new way where COVID is taking us, that you see more and more e-clubs. Because people, even if we get the green light to gather in person, you might not want to. People might be afraid. People might want to stick it out for a little bit and see what happens. Same thing with membership retention. It doesn't take much to pick up a phone, shoot a text. We talked about that earlier. And then service projects. How many people now might be requiring masks for service projects, social distance? I know the Leesburg Club did their normal trail cleanup, but they required masks and you had to make sure you were more than 6 feet apart. So again, these are things that we've already started doing, and hopefully taking the Pages framework, you guys can go back to your clubs and start and kind of just, excuse me, and take that with you to your clubs and continue doing the change that we've already started. Again, if you're interested in this topic, there's a book called The Craft of Creativity by Matthew Cronin and Jeff Lowenstein. Jeff Lowenstein was my professor at the University of Illinois, and he founded the Pages framework. So that's another thing. And if you have any questions for me, my contact is up there. So please feel free to reach out. And I think we have a couple more, maybe like a couple more minutes. So if there are any questions, I'd be glad to take anything. Going once, going twice. Yes? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Change, it does take group effort and group buy-in in order to accomplish these changes. So absolutely, it's a great point. Yes? Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everyone, wait for change, wait for change, wait for change. And we're in a situation where we couldn't, because if we waited for change, fundraising would be zero, service would be zero, and I guarantee you, when you're not having funds, you're not having service project, you're not having members either. And if you're not meeting online, I mean, luckily this happened, if there is a silver lining, it happened in 2020 to 2021 rather than 2000 to 2001, because we didn't have the virtual capability we do now. And it's just, if there is any silver lining, that the technological advances that we've come across over the last 10 to 15 years have made us better prepared for things. And you know what? It's these changes that companies have made and seen that there will be or could be a benefit to changing, and that allowed us to be able to function. Okay, well, thank you so much for letting me speak to you guys today, and I hope that you are now agents of change, and as my marketing professor always likes to say, now go out into the world and be successful. Thank you.
All right, we're going to give Jeff just a minute. Oh, you're good? All right. All right. All right, everybody stand up just for a second. Just stretch out. Do the neck. Round and round. Oh, back. Right foot in, right foot out. Turn yourself around. Okay. Last one. Last workshop of the day. I hope you guys have had a good time. We're going to do this last one. And then we're going to do a couple of housekeeping items. So just be on the lookout. We will still get you out of here a little bit early. So what we're going to do is talk about how Kiwanis is a preposition. That's beautiful. So Rhonda Varell has worked in global education and membership department at Kiwanis International since 2005. During this time, she provided education support and mentorship to districts, divisions, and clubs on opening clubs, inviting and retaining members, leadership principles, and establishing strong clubs. Rhonda is excited to, again, be working with the leaders and members of the Capital District. So here is Rhonda Varell.
Thank you for correcting my grammatical error on the fly. If you all read that, I said I'm exciting to, and I'm like, it's all about grammar. Got a lot of friends in the group. Good to see y'all. And I'm sure I have some at home. I feel a little like romper room for those of us old enough and you can see the people at home. So excited to see you too. But Kiwanis is a preposition. I readily volunteered to talk about Kiwanis as a preposition, having no earthly clue what a preposition was. I did a lot of research. I'm still a little fuzzy, but we'll work through it together, correct? And by the way, I did find out, I think Alana's left, but I said, I can't believe we're not allowed to end a sentence in a preposition, but you can end an educational session in a preposition. So what exactly is a preposition? See, I'm not going to read the definition to you, but I am going to point out the word relation. It's how one thing relates to something else. So here are some common ones. On behalf of, to, among, concerning. But as you all know, those here who are playing along in the room all have a card that says with. And I felt that with was the most accurate preposition for the word Kiwanis. Because in Kiwanis, we do things with people. We do them with our members, we do them with our communities, we do them with our partners. We do them with our club members, we do them with our division, our district, and international. We are all about the with. So relation to equals connection with. The first and foremost important thing we work with is our members. Now, I know it was a long time ago, but do you all remember Jane Erickson talking to you this morning? And I want to remind you, if you flip your page over, and those of you playing along at home, you just need a piece of white paper. Something, if you look at your card that says with, flip it over. And I'm going to see how many, if you remember this, but Jane asked you to write down the name of 2 people in your club that you haven't connected with in a long time. I want you to rewrite those names right there on the top left-hand side of the card. Because I know a lot of you forgot what you learned today because you had lunch in between. So I want to remind you that it's about members. Because this is one thing that kind of scares me. When COVID started, everybody thought it was kind of a short-term thing. I remember people saying, oh, this will be done in 2 weeks. It'll be done in a month. Then, okay, maybe 6 months. Nobody expected it to be August 2021, and we're not even sure when it's going to be over. So what happened with our Kiwanis clubs is we just put everything temporarily on hold. We had Kiwanis clubs that said, you know what? We'll start to meet again when this is over. You know, I'm going to reconnect with my friends again when this is over. We're going to do service again when this is over. It isn't over. We don't know when it's going to be over, so it's no longer time to wait. It's time to move. And the first thing we have to do is find out about our members. I'm stunned at how many Kiwanians I have actually run into at conventions or online meetings that have yet to be contacted by their club for reasons beyond you need to pay your dues or we need you to do something. Raise your hand if you know your clubs are doing any kind of wellness checks on your members. Okay, there are a few. That's good. But we need to be reaching out. We are doing this. We're in this together. We're with each other. So we can't leave people alone. And also be very careful. I kind of watch one of my colleagues who is out there with everybody. And I'm like, he needs a wellness check too. You can remember how many people have run into a meeting with Brad Boyd. Stan Soderstrom, our CEO, said, you know, I think our executive director, I'm going to get his title wrong, I think Brad Boyd's been to more Kiwanis meetings than anybody in Kiwanis. But he's out there with everybody. But we need to check on those people too. Because sometimes being there for everybody else, they forget to be there for themselves. So not only do you want to think about the people Jane said that we've forgotten to talk to, but think about the people we see every day. Have we stopped to say, are you okay? Is your activity just hiding something that you don't need to talk about? Because we need to be connected to our members. Earlier today, forgotten the gentleman's name, used to be the city manager of Roanoke. He talked about how cities do really well, their GDP is higher if they have social offerings. Are we still offering our members a social event, a social outlet? I know we can't all meet in person, or if we could, a lot of people are backing up, or some will meet in person, some don't want to meet in person. Are we offering social interconnective activities? Raise your hand if your club is offering some social interactivity. Okay, a little more than 50%. One of my favorite I heard about just, I think 2 days ago when I did a membership training, somebody did how to make margaritas. So online, everybody got to watch how you got to make margaritas. And I'm like, that's cool. You're socializing, you're together. I know some Kiwanis clubs, actually they're fundraisers. Well, they'll have wine tasting. People sign up in advance and they deliver the wine to the door. And then online, they have I should never use wine tasting because I can't pronounce that really fancy word. Exactly. I hope they all heard that, Jeff, because I'm not going to go there. But who talks through them through wine, about wine. So are we doing social activities in our club to continue to connect? So that's going to be very important. That's the reason it's important with what Jane wrote on there is we need to have some ways to connect with each other. I'm going to move this slide. So again, we need to connect with our members beyond just waiting for that club meeting, waiting until we can get back to normal, whatever that is. So here are some things I want you to do about membership. Number one, we already wrote that down because Jane told you this morning. Yesterday I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this, Jane. She goes, well, I'm going to do this. I'm like, well, that's great. So I'm just reiterating. So Monday morning, these are 3 things you're going to do. Number one, you're going to contact those members you haven't seen and haven't heard from. Number 2, I want you to reach out to either, and that depends on how long you've been in Kiwanis, people who used to be in your Kiwanis club. Pick 2 people. I'm going to ask you to write these names down again in that right-hand column. Our right-hand column is all about membership on the back of your 3x5 card. Or those playing along at home, it's on a sheet of paper. So we're going to, 2 people we're going to reach out who we haven't heard from. 2 people we're going to reach out to either who used to be a member of our Kiwanis club, and we want to reconnect with them, or somebody in your Kiwanis club now that is everywhere and you want to make sure they're really okay. So that's 2 more people you're going to reach out to. And I don't expect you to do it Monday, but I want you to start on Monday. And then number 3, I got a cheat sheet somewhere here. I want you to reach out to 2 potential members and tell them what good time you had this weekend. I'm not asking you to pick up the phone and call someone to join Kiwanis. I'm asking you to share with them how great it was hearing these stories of all these wonderful things people are doing in the community to help their community. Just pick up the phone and say, hey, this is what was really cool that happened this weekend. How many people have reached out and said, after a Kiwanis event, hey, I want to tell you what happened at a Kiwanis event? A few. How many of you have reached out and something funny happened with your kids or your grandkids and you called someone and just shared what happened? A few more. But we need to be willing to talk about Kiwanis. So there should be 6 people you're going to reach out to next week. You're going to start Monday morning. Because if you don't start Monday morning, do you know when you're going to get it done? Never. Never. All right, so membership. Who are you going to do it? Then you're going to write down like when you want to do it and how. So you may do it Monday morning, Monday afternoon. And the why? The why is to remind yourself because we do it together. That's why you're doing this. You're reaching out to people because we accomplish what we can accomplish. We do what we get done. We move forward the way we do because we're doing it together. We're doing it with people. Number 2 is connecting with your partners. I want you to raise your hand. I noticed your hand raising is a little like anemic. Apparently we should have had more veggies at lunch. So I want to raise your hands a little higher if your club actually does things with people in the community. Well, there we go. That's good. We're not so sure we do a lot of stuff with our members, but we do lots of stuff with people in the community. That's great. That's fantastic. Have you checked on them? Have you been checking on the people in your community? We connect with our partners. Who are some of your best partners in your community? I'm going to ask you to shout it out loud. Other local service clubs. By the way, I might get in trouble because this is filmed, but I'll tell you, I think Rotary and Lions are sometimes our best bet because if you see any newspaper articles, they're going to list us in alphabetical order, and the K comes before the L and the R. So we want top billing. So look at the civic organizations in your community and say, if Kiwanis comes first, we're right on board. Who else do we partner with? Schools, absolutely. And schools are going to be a challenge this year because we do not know what schools are going to let us in. What teachers aren't overwhelmed that they can't even do what they used to do. Who else might we partner with? A library, a YMCA, Boys and Girls Clubs, food pantries, Salvation Army. Have you all checked in on any of those? I've got some head shaking, yes. So in your second column, and you're going to start that the next week, I want you to think about your partners. And I want you to think about who you may reach out to. And the first partner I'm going to suggest you reach out to, if they are one of your partners, is your schools. So for example, if your Key Club advisor cannot have a Key Club meet this year, find out how you can support that Key Club advisor. If your K-Kid program isn't going to happen this year, and your K-Kid advisor is not going to be in the school, reach out to the superintendent or the principal and say, how can our Kiwanis Club continue to support you? Because when you're ready, we want to be back there with those kiddos. So what school partners should you reach? And do it yourself. Pick up the phone and call that school and say, how can we help you? Call that teacher and say, how can we help you? Find out what student needs your help. How can we help you? Then I want you to think about other partners. Who are some potential partners you haven't partnered with? You've kind of had a relationship with, but not a partnership. Other clubs. Have you checked on the clubs? That's a good question. Have you checked on the clubs in your division? Are they all meeting? Are they all reaching out to each other? Or are there just a handful of people who think they're okay and they don't know that there are people missing from their clubs? It's like, oh, we're all in this life raft together, assuming everybody else is on a life raft and not realizing they're the only life raft left. So reach out to your fellow Kiwanis clubs. Find out if they're doing okay. Let them know you care. Let them know what you learned this week that they can use and that they can help along the way. Because it is very important to keep our community partnerships together. Another great community partnership is that Key Club. If they're still, that Circle K, which most likely will still be meeting, they're our partners. How are they doing? How can we help them? We want to remind them we're still in this together. We're still doing things. And let me tell you a funny secret that I never expected out of this COVID is I have discovered that some people have become even more passionate about giving back to their communities, even more passionate about getting involved in their communities. If you're not reaching out to find out who the new potential partners are, then you're just waiting for this to go away, and the world may pass you by. So we need to actively be reaching out. What are some of the new opportunities? Anybody here picked up a new opportunity in the last 12 months? Yes, Ted, right? Ted has started a swimming class for what age group? Okay, so 4 to 12, you're teaching them. I'm only repeating. Go ahead. Okay, so you got 40 kids that come to swimming in a public pool. Are you teaching them how to swim, or are you just allowing them to swim? Okay, hundreds are coming to the free swim night, but you're teaching kids how to swim. That's great. Yes, ma'am. Two free libraries. Those are those little boxes that you put library books in, and someone can come up and they can take books out. Booked it. Now, are you doing that? Is it wooden? Are you using old refrigerators? What are you creating them out of? Local artists. Oh my, you're getting the community involved in community projects? Wow, that's pretty cool. Anybody else bring up any new things? And you all laugh at me, by the way, but there are some Kiwanis clubs that think every project they do has to be their own. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir? Okay, they have noticed and understand that our seniors feel even more isolated, so you have programs to reach out. And let me tell you, it's really great if you can find some way to connect to those school kids to help the older people feel less isolated, which will make the younger people feel less isolated. And John, you had your hand up. So they collected shoes. I'm not going to, called Souls for Souls, and thousands of shoes are being shipped to people who would be barefooted otherwise. And as we know, the temperatures, this was the hottest month ever recorded on Earth, so we know there's a lot of people whose feet were burning and really appreciated having something underneath it. So certainly as your club, you should be looking at some new service projects. It's really time to double down on re-engaging your community. So for this week, we're going to think about who we're going to contact. As I said, our current partners, potential partners, and this is going to be an activity where I'm going to make you move. Sometimes we need personal partners. And you go to an event like this, and you've written down some really great things to do, and it's all wonderful, and you get home Sunday, and you're just like, oh, exhausted. You got to unpack, and you got to get ready for work, or whatever the Monday brings. Monday hits hard, you're working, you're thinking, and then suddenly 2, 3, 4 months later, you're picking up some piece of paper you wrote something out from convention. The best way to make sure that doesn't wait for a couple of months, and by the way, if it sat there for a couple of months, you're never going to do anything with it. But the best way to make sure you're doing something Monday morning in your first week is to have what's called an accountability buddy. So we have had all sorts of opportunities to meet each other along the way. I am going to give you all a few minutes. And I'm sorry for those at home, because you'll have to call somebody. But I ask everybody here to take a few minutes and ask somebody here you've met for their contact information to be your accountability buddy. So let's get up, let's move, and let's get our accountability buddies so we don't let this day of work go to waste. Okay, hopefully you've got that information. If not, you can get some more. But having accountability buddies, as I said, will help you a lot in getting you and your club moving forward. But also, when we get to the mid-year at the Great Wolf Lodge, is that any relation to you, Jeff? Oh, no. In Williamsburg, I believe it's March, you will have somebody else to look out for, and you'll be like, this is my accountability buddy. They help me do all this great stuff. You'll have some wonderful things to share. So also, when you're reaching out to your partners, here's really important. Remind them why we're doing this. Remind them why it's important now more than ever. And I know we use that word a lot, about that phrase, it's more important now more than ever. But I have learned some disturbing news along the way. As I'm watching all of the COVID, I've learned how many children don't even get their clothing when they show up at school because they don't have underwear or socks at home. I knew a lot of kids didn't have food, but some of them don't have clothing. The things we provide our children through the school systems is frightening. It always made sense when we knew the kids would show up every day. But now that they don't always get to show up every day, do we have good systems to give things to our kids? And we need to be thinking about, what are we going to do moving forward? Does there another pandemic happen? Is there some big hurricane? Is there a fire? How do we make sure we always have a constant support system for our children? And it can't always just be about the schools, as we learned way too hard. And then connect with your community. So we do service for and with our community. We love our community, don't we? I'm going to ask you this question. How many Kiwanis clubs here celebrate with their community annually? Wow, there's hardly any hands up. You don't celebrate with your community? I mean, together you're making such a great place to live. There's a Kiwanis club in Illinois, not Urbana or Champaign. I'm not sure if our earlier speaker's still here. It's hard to see. I've always known it as Champaign Urbana, but if you want to call it Urbana Champaign, that's okay. But they started off it was September, and they're like, we've done a lot of good things this year. Let's hand out some free hot dogs to the community. A lot of the community showed up. The kids showed up. They got free hot dogs. And they're like, this is great. So someone said, that's wonderful. Let's add some elephant ears. Suddenly someone comes up with elephant ears the next year. Now, by the way, it's been years. It is a carnival. Every year, the Kiwanis Club celebrates the support of the community, and they have a free fare for the kids. Local companies donate things, but it's a celebration. Because one thing that scares me is, ask yourself this question. If my Kiwanis Club ceased to exist today, would my community notice? How many people are certain their community would notice if their club ceased today? I see Scott Zimmerman over there, and I'm gonna brag on this. My sister and I currently now have a vacation place in Williamsburg, and it's the only place I've ever been that I can tell people I work for Kiwanis, and nobody says, what's that? Everybody knows I have not run into anyone who doesn't know what Kiwanis is. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. But there's a lot of clubs out there that actually ceased to exist and nobody noticed. We've gone back to open a new club, and they're like, we have a Kiwanis Club. Oh no, it's gone. Oh, it is? Your Kiwanis Club needs to be so connected to your community, they know when you're gone. That you need to be the go-to place. So let's just say there is an emergency in your community. What part is your club playing? Anybody here part of the emergency plan in your community? Yes, sir. And what would that part be? Okay, for those of you who didn't hear, mostly the people at home, so your government reached out to you, your community government reached out and said, we need an outreach program for the elderly because when COVID started, they knew they're going to be sheltered in place and they needed some system to reach out. Let me tell you, that's important. When your community leaders are reaching out to you, that says you're important and you're an integral part of that community. And your club needs to be that. That's a good question. When you go back at your next Kiwanis Club meeting, ask that question. Would our community know if we were gone? If they wouldn't know that you're gone, you're not doing enough in the community. You need to make an impact in the community. And as we said, we're doing it with people. We're doing it with the community, with our partners, with our members, so you don't have to do it all yourself. So I want to ask you, when it comes to working with the community, is in 30 days. This is column number 3. I'm not letting you off the hook. You're doing something next week, you're doing something the week after that, and you're doing something in 30 days, and the poor gentleman in front of me is like, looking at me like, Lord, this is like being back in school. I'm overwhelming him. It's all right, you go back and you pass this assignment on to other club members, and you all will get to do it. You can't turn it in. There's always a troublemaker in the group. What's your name, sir? Okay, Don. So those of you at home, if you have someone in your club named Don who is at this convention, they're a troublemaker, and make sure they do something. All right. So Community Day 3. So who are you going to reach out to? I want everyone to reach out to at least one member who is a civic leader in your community. Who's not a member of your club, because that's cheating. But there's got to be someone who's a civic leader in your community. And just say, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about our club and what we do and how can we connect with you. Then I would like you to reach out to one person who is involved in some form or fashion with the media. Now, most of us do not live someplace where there is a local TV station, but there are local newspapers or weekly publications or a website. But reach out to someone and give them or talk to them about what Kiwanis does in your community and find out from them what sorts of things they see in the community they think the Kiwanis Club should work with. We don't always want one-way conversations, because everybody, if they see you coming and know all you're going to do is talk about Kiwanis and not care about what they have to say, they're going to start avoiding you. So it always needs to be a two-way conversations. You need to find out what sort of things can Kiwanis do for you, and these are the great things Kiwanis does. And last but not least, this is the last thing I'm going to have you write down to do. So Don, you're almost done. I want you to find a future leader in your community and contact them, and there's my alarm clock. I recognize it because it wakes me up every morning. I want you to find a new future leader or brand new leader and talk to them about leadership opportunities at your Kiwanis Club and how they can help lead their community by being involved with your Kiwanis Club. And you may say, I don't know any new leaders. I can appreciate that. I don't know any new leaders in my community. Raise your hand, however, if you know one person who is a manager of one business, whether it's a bank, whether it's Walmart. Raise your hand if you know somebody who is a boss. All right. That's the person you ask and say, who do you know? Who's a future leader in your corporation, in your company? I'd like to talk to them about getting involved with Kiwanis so we can help develop their leadership skills and you'll have a more practiced leader in your business. So reach out to a potential new leader. They may not want to join Kiwanis, but Don here, I'm not sure Don's the one I should talk about. We're going to say John here. John could, maybe they're not willing to join Kiwanis right now. That's okay, but John could become their mentor. He could move them. I'm afraid about Don's bad habits. That's why I don't want Don to do that. But someone like John could go out there and he could become their mentor. So reach out and find out who the new leaders are, because every business knows who their future leaders are in their business. because they know they're dead in the water if they don't have new leaders. We need new leaders if we're going to keep moving forward. So reach out to that community and find those leaders. And again, part of your plan will be when are you going to do it, how are you going to do it, and reminding yourself why you're doing it. And that's because Kiwanis is a preposition, and we do everything with each other. And wow, I consider myself incredibly lucky to work with an organization that has become like family. I'm with family when I come to see you. I'm with family when I get to work with you. And I think a lot of our Kiwanis members feel that way. And that's what makes us special, and that's what makes Kiwanis a proposition. A preposition. Whoops. Thank you.
All right. If everyone wants to stand up, we're going to do a couple housekeeping items. And this is our last couple minutes. All right. Up, up, up. I'll get you 1 foot out the door. Come on. All right. So we're going to do thank yous. All right. The one clap. Okay. All right. Okay. That was all right. First, our audio-visual person, Jeff Wolf. Thank you. Jen Wolf for taking pictures. Governor-elect Alana Gardner, who's not here, but clap. Governor Dennis. You know what? We're going to do a special clap for some of the E-Club members. Can you all raise your hands? Because this is like the first or second time they've been in person ever. So, yeah, clap. All right. All the speakers. All the virtual attendees. All of you. All right. Now that I have your attention, there's a bunch of leadership guides that I don't need to take home. They're really heavy. They're backed by Jeff. Take like 5 of them. There's like 200, please. So as you go out the door, you get one of those. Maybe 4. Okay, so 4 p.m. housekeeping. 4 p.m. the Delegates at Large business session. That's in the Shenandoah room. Also in the Shenandoah room at 5:05 is the Ducky Derby drawing. 6:15 is the governor's reception in the Roanoke foyer, so I guess it's right out there. And then 7:30, if you have a purple ticket, you can go to the governor's banquet, and that's in the ballroom C&D right here. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate you all, and thank you for all that you do for the Kiwanis organization, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mike. Before I do that, I'd like to take a little bit of pause from the program and thank the Roanoke Kiwanis Club. You all have done such a wonderful job with this conference. You have. Particularly, let's do Joyce Montgomery, who's out there waiting to get the herd in here in just a second. Jackie Bledsoe, and someone that's not been quite recognized a few times is John Montgomery. So let's do that, another round of applause for them. So at this time, it's my honor, and if, as I mess up through this program, do not give Dennis Ball a real hard time with this, because this is my fault. This is not Dennis. So thank you, Dennis, for the honor of doing this. But it's my pleasure to introduce your 2020-21 leadership team. And let's do this like Don Whitt did earlier. Let's do one clap. Let's try that. Let's do one clap. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so we're going to start with it with Division 1. Division 1, Lieutenant Governor Landis Burrows. And actually, his escort is Charlene. We don't need to give Charlene a clap, however. Like I said, let's give Charlene a clap, however. Okay. Not sure, that's not on the program. Division 2, Lieutenant Governor Brian Bell. Come on down, Brian. Division 3, Lieutenant Governor Richard Rupte is with us virtually. Richard, let's give Richard a clap. I understand there's a little bit of noise here, but we want to be sure we hear the Lieutenant Governors. Lieutenant Governor, Division 4, Krista Lachey, escorted by her son, Sawyer. Division 5, Lieutenant Governor Christine Johnson. Christine, a clap. I know we can't hear because I have bagpipes in my ears. All right. Division 6, Lieutenant Governor Don Duty, escorted by, thank you. All right. Let's pause just a second. Did we get Lieutenant Governor Don Duty and wife Jan? Did we give a clap for that one? Thank you. Let's do Division 7, Lieutenant Governor Bill Butts. A clap. All right. Let's wait just a second. Bill, come on down. Division 8, Lieutenant Governor Mary Anton. I know we missed the bagpipes, but it's a lot easier to hear now without the bagpipes, so just bear with us. Lieutenant 9, Lieutenant Governor Eric Lamb. I might mention Eric Lamb was Distinguished Lieutenant Governor under past Governor David Lurie earlier. Congratulations, Eric. Lieutenant Division 10, Lieutenant Governor Jamie Moore. Lieutenant Division 11, Lieutenant Governor George Smith. Clap. George is not here, but he's with us virtually. Division 12, Lieutenant Governor Mary Beth Murphy. Always with a smile. Division 13, Governor Kenneth Surrey Law. Division 14, Lieutenant Governor Stephanie Wicke. She's with us virtually. Stephanie. Division 15, Lieutenant Governor Don Witt. This is the Lieutenant Governor from Roanoke. He's the gentleman that's stand by my plan. If you ask a Roanoke member that doesn't know that, they'll pay you $5, guarantee. Lieutenant Division 16, Lieutenant Governor Bob Lewitt. Division 17, Lieutenant Governor Catherine Cummings. Catherine, come on down. Also, along with Eric, was recognized earlier today as Distinguished Lieutenant Governor under past Governor David Lurie. Congratulations. Now, your next leadership team is your Board of Trustees. We'll start with the Chesapeake Trustee Josh Hitchcock. Heart of Virginia trustee, Bill Watson. Mason-Dixon trustee, Renee Mackey. National Capital trustee, Tim Gillette. Southeast trustee, Ron McCollin. Did I miss that, Ron? Southwest Virginia trustee and Roanoke's favorite son, John Montgomery, escorted by his wife, Joyce Montgomery, who is our Education Leadership Chairman. Now, a clap, please. Now, we're getting to the executive board, basically. Immediate past governor, David Lurie. Secretary Treasurer, Jeffrey Wolf, escorted by his wife, Governor-elect designate, Jen Wolf. Needless to say, Jeffrey's done a lot of work on this program, and he did real big print for us to read. Governor-elect, Ilana Gardner. Now, we're going to pause just a second, and we're all going to stand, and we're going to welcome, don't clap yet, we're going to welcome our governor, escorted by his wife, Darlene, Dennis Ball. You can be seated. Thank you. Or we can stand up and do the Tahoe. You never can tell. We could do that. Now, in addition to this, I'd like to introduce one distinguished guest with us, CKI Governor Natalia Bellamy. Natalia, where are you? Stand up, please. Stand up, please. Michael, thank you.
Thank you, John, and welcome to all our officers and board members and lieutenant governors. So, in addition, we have some other dignitaries here tonight. That's my honor to introduce. We have a number of Kiwanians who have served in the highest office of our district and other districts here tonight. So please join me now in welcoming them. That is past governor. And I'd like to ask them to stand when they are recognized. And we'll do the single clap once again so they don't have to stand the entire time. So to begin, past governor from 99 to 2000, Gus Lamont from the Kiwanis Club of Lynchburg, Virginia. Past governor from 2000 to 2001, John Tyner from the Kiwanis Club of Rockville, Maryland. Past Governor 2003-2004, Linwood Watson from the Kiwanis Club of Shepherd Park, Washington, D.C. Past Governor from 2009-2010, Don Duty from the Kiwanis Club of Reisterstown, Maryland, and his spouse, Jan. Past Governor 2011-2012, Jeffrey Wolf from the Kiwanis Club of Tysons, Virginia, and Jen. Past Governor from 2012-2013, Carolyn Richard from the Kiwanis Club of Fairfax, Virginia. Then we're honored tonight to have a past governor from the West Virginia District, 2013 to 2015, Sherry Charles from the Kiwanis Club of Montgomery County, Blacksburg, and spouse Ken. We also have another West Virginia past governor, 2016 to 2017, Theodore Street from the Kiwanis Club of West Charleston. From past governor from 2013-2014, Scott Zimmerman from the Kiwanis Club of Williamsburg, Virginia, and spouse Missy. Past governor 2014-2015, Brian Bell from the Kiwanis Club of Woodbridge, Virginia. Past governor from 2017-2018, John Reif from the Kiwanis Club of Grundy and his spouse Rita. We also have a past governor from the Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee District from 2017-2018, Otha Britton from the Kiwanis Club of Fairmont. And then finally, past governor from 2018-2019, John Morris from the Kiwanis Club of Richmond, Virginia. So again, let's give them all one more round of applause. Well, he got recognized as an officer. So it's now my pleasure to welcome Wendy Mellentine. She's with the Kiwanis Club of Roanoke, who will give our invocation this evening. Wendy?
This time I brought my glasses in the hopes that I could read it with the light. After lunch, I asked you to live deep within your heart. Are we there yet? When you were a child, you might have been on a long trip with your family somewhere and asked the dreaded question, are we there yet? Or at least you thought it. And though we may not behave in the exact way today, many of us are still impatient to get from point A to point B in our lives, which can lead us to missing some pretty amazing and beautiful moments along the way. God, you exist outside the concept of time, as I understand it. I feel like I'm always rushing to get work done during the day, to get dinner prepared later, to get to bed early enough so that I can start all over again. Help me to slow down or even stop and see what is around me, the beauty that you have created, the peace that comes with an intentional breath. May I meet the moment of the present with an open heart and find you there. Amen.
Thank you, Wendy. Well done. We're going to have our dinner service next, and we'll resume the program after we eat. So enjoy.
Yes or no? I can start. Good evening. I hope you all enjoyed your meal. At this time, it is my honor to announce our 2021 Capital District Teenager of the Year. First, I would like to thank Dr. Judy Panelides, who chaired the Teenager of the Year Committee this year, for the outstanding effort in managing this year's application and selection process. Cole Sestaro is a senior at John Hanley High School in Winchester, Virginia, and having earned a 4.4 GPA, was served as a class valedictorian. He spent last summer at Harvard University and participated in the Wharton Global Youth Program. He has been a Key Club member, served 2 years as lieutenant governor, and ran unsuccessfully for international Key Club president, but Cole earned recognition as the recipient of the Robert F. Lucas Outstanding Lieutenant Governor Award in 2020. He was the president of DECA, FBLA, and a member of the tennis, basketball, swimming, and football teams. During his high school career, he served as the chair of the Principal Advisory Committee, a group he established. Cole was chosen by Winchester School's superintendent as one of 2 students in the district to serve as a Winchester Public School Board student representative. Other recognitions include the Virginia House of Delegates Certificate of Distinction, the school's nomination for the Harry F. Byrd Junior Leadership Award, DECA Stock Market Game International finalist, an FBLA Mobile Application and Development International finalist. All of this was achieved while serving as the chair for the Capital District Key Club Member Services Committee. Working as counselor at Camp No Limits, serving campers with limb loss and limb differences, and running a lawn mowing service while providing over 200 hours of Key Club service. The words used in his letters of recommendation were Cole is a visionary leader, team player, well-respected by both students and teachers, very active in a variety of community projects, organizer, good time manager, shows empathy, humble, not easily defeated, and so much more. He recognizes his overachieving personality and said he worked hard to find balance in his life. He is an amazing young man and well deserves to be honored with this award. Cole is all that is right with teens today, and we can only hope and we will expect he will change the world, at least his part of it. In a weekend where we celebrated words and speech parts, Cole is the adjective, the adverb, the preposition, the conjunction, and he is the noun. Cole is our Teenager of the Year, proper noun. Cole and his family were unable to be with us here this evening, but he did record a video that we would now like to play for you.
The Teenager of the Year Award summarizes my 4 years of service in Key Club, but more importantly, it represents how I've used Key Club's lessons and experiences to continue to make a difference. Easily, my biggest teacher these last 4 years was Jenny Grant. As my LTG zone administrator, fellow volunteer, and friend, she's taught me the values of servant leadership and the importance of improving one's community. The Teenager of the Year Award summarizes my 4 years of service in Key Club, but more importantly, it represents how I've used Key Club's lessons and experiences to continue to make a difference. Easily, my biggest teacher these last 4 years was Jenny Grant. As my LTG zone administrator, fellow volunteer, and friend, she's taught me the values of servant leadership and the importance of improving one's community. She was actually the one who pushed me to run for Key Club International President, and when that unfortunately didn't work out, to return to the Capital District Board and complete a second term as LTG. And in doing this, it allowed me to continue serving on a large scale, but at a level that I'd be able to pursue other servant ventures. In November of last year, I found myself with a lot of spare time during COVID and online school, and I wanted to find a way to continue volunteering. Over the following 4 months, I self-taught myself to code and programmed an app that is able to raise ad revenue for charities. And in February, I realized that to
Tom never met a short answer he couldn't elaborate on. He said you all would get it. And from Ed Hutchinson, who took over for Tom Barner as secretary of the Ashland Club, wrote this. He said, Tom's son David became an Eagle. I'm sure that many amusing and warm anecdotes about Tom will be told at the Capital District's Decon in Roanoke. So I thought I would share one based largely on comments of Tom's son David. Tom's son David became an Eagle Scout following in the footsteps of his father, but he became active in Kiwanis before his dad did. David was a Key Club member, received a college scholarship grant from the North Richmond Kiwanis Club, and served as Capital District Key Club governor. In David's words, quote, my dad didn't understand Kiwanis Key Club when I was the Key Club governor in 1981, 1982. It always made me smile that it became his passion and love late in life. I am a better man today because of the work I did with Key Club through Kiwanis. So Tom was first introduced to Kiwanis through the involvement with Key Club by his son. Tom joined Kiwanis in 1985 and created a legacy of servant leadership services. He was Ashland Club president, Ashland Club secretary for 16 years, Kiwanis Capital District lieutenant governor, Kiwanis Capital District governor, Kiwanis Capital District secretary and secretary treasurer, member of Kiwanis Capital District Foundation, and member of the George Hickson and Walter Zeller Fellowships. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Joe Stankus up.
Well, the last speaker just took away part of the story I was going to tell. Is Tom didn't know about Kiwanis, even though his son was governor. And it was 7 years after his son was governor that somebody finally invited him to be in Kiwanis. So let that be a life lesson to us, that people don't join unless you actually ask them. Lynn and Tom and my wife and I were very close. We went to dinner probably every other week to the same small Italian restaurant. They ate the same meal every time. It was a pizza about that big. But if you try to go anywhere else, oh no, this is our date night. So they had date nights up until 2 months before he passed away. The last time we ate with him was about 2 months ago. We never thought this was going to happen with Tom. As many of y'all know, Lynn has Parkinson's disease, and he's been her caretaker. We finally talked to Lynn yesterday. She just hadn't reached out and talked to anybody for a while because of her state of mind right now. So I'm going to tell you a different story about Tom. I had two, and the other one was that David, he and I served on the same board. But no, David Laurie took that one. So Tom and Lynn's idea of a vacation was you had a condo somewhere and you were timeshare and you went down there and you got up at 10 o'clock in the morning, read a book out on the balcony. Maybe at 11 o'clock you'd fix breakfast. Then they'd walk around a little bit and then they'd have dinner and go to bed. So they invited us to go with them one time. I think 6 o'clock in the morning's very late to start your day. So I arranged all these things for us to go to do. And they were a good sport about it. and we would go here. He says, "You do more by 10 o'clock in the morning than I do in a week." I said, "Yeah, so get used to it." So one morning, we found a Kiwanis meeting about 20 minutes away from us. So we went in there, and of course, if you've never met me, I've never found somebody I can't give a hard time to. So I was meeting their secretary, and they were asking for the money, and I was talking to them about it. And I made a comment about Ohio State, because if y'all don't know, Tom played football at Ohio State. So their president came up and said, "Why are you picking on Ohio State?" And I gave him the reason for it and all of this. And then when they introduced us, when they introduced the president, he played on the same team as Tom at Ohio State. Tom didn't recognize him. He didn't recognize Tom. I guess so. They were a little bit different than they used to be. But this guy went on and played in the NFL and was all pro for 2 years. And you know, Tom was kind of stocky. Well, this guy, Tom could stand behind and we couldn't see Tom at all. So it was just because I like to give everybody a hard time that Tom met up with somebody he hadn't seen since he graduated from college. And this guy's wife was Lynn's roommate. So it was a very small world, so they thought it was worth getting up early that morning to go to that meeting. So he'll be missed. When he was running for governor, his wife was afraid to let him drive. So either I drove the two of them or I drove him for many, many long meetings. But he was one of my best friends, or is my best friend, and I will stop at that. So, Jeff.
Joe, do you have the script up there to introduce Macy?
Not that I can find. '77, '79. No, it just says Joe's remarks. So y'all could be in trouble. Okay. It's hard for me to introduce my governor. I've met her in person once for 2 hours. Normally with a governor, you spend 100, 130 hours, so if you count travel time, going to training and everything else. But Macy came on the board last year when we had no in-person board meetings, and now she's the governor. She goes to West Potomac High School in Alexandria, Virginia. She is very involved with STEM programs, including being the founder of the Girls in Engineering, Math and Science organization at her school, as well as a STEM summer camps that she has led this summer on Zoom. She was her club secretary before becoming LTG. In her free time, she likes to spend time with her friends and family, hiking, skiing, and cooking. During the summer, she worked as a hostess in a local restaurant. And it's not going up. So.
Hello, Capital District Kiwanians. I hope you all are enjoying your convention so far, as I know we need face-to-face interaction now more than ever.
Do is go get ice cream. So all my governors know we go out and eat ice cream. But Macy was a RFL winner last year. That is the highest recognition a Key Club Lieutenant Governor can receive. and only 5% of those in the nation ever received that award. She was that, and then by her board, she was voted the best board member. So when she ran for election, we got that. So I've met her one time for 2 hours for lunch. Jeff hadn't got that bill yet, but it was a very expensive lunch. I'm not gonna tell him where we went. So with that, Jeff, if you can put her video on.
We are trying. There's still the same audio problem up here, sorry.
Okay, so.
Stretch.
While they're working on that, I had my knee replaced 3 months ago, so I'm gonna get up here and do a song and dance for you. Actually, the reason I'm saying that, there was a discussion earlier today about at one of our Kiwanis decons, 4 people got up on the stage and performed a skit. And it came from Key Club. It's called YMCA. And Tom was one of the members. I was one of the members. Don Duty was one of the members. And who was the 4th one? Tom Wagstaff, yes. So anyway, we were making a parody. And they got crutches, we got this, we got that, and the guy with the crutches falls down, and everybody just thinks that's funny as hell. And that was
Students were recipients of prestigious international.
Okay, so that was Don Duty. We didn't know till the next morning that he had broke his leg, and it actually wasn't planned. So thank you, Don, because everybody's been talking about that today. So now let's hear from Macy.
Kiwanians, I hope you all are enjoying your convention so far, as I know we need face-to-face interaction now more than ever. For those of you who don't know, my name is Macy Lindblom, and this year I have the pleasure of serving as the Capital District Key Club Governor. While I'm sad to not be with you all physically, I have thoroughly enjoyed my interactions with Capital Kiwanis members, and I'm hopeful that we can meet in person sometime in the near future. With that being said, I'm going to jump right into things by providing a brief recap of the past year, going over our goals for this year, and a few other pertinent topics. So to start, last year was a whirlwind of ups and downs for all of us. However, despite the challenges posed, our district stayed strong through the difficult times, and I believe that we came out of the pandemic having learned how to execute engaging virtual events, increase our social media presence, and interact and communicate with like-minded students and adults over Zoom, which is a skill we all need, right? Although many clubs did struggle during this time, which caused them to maybe become inactive for the year, our leadership team did its best to put on engaging events in order to promote the continued mission of community service. So specifically, our district convention in March was a huge success. With 9 workshops led by lieutenant governors that covered topics related to everything from planning interactive service projects and events, life as a district board member, and even a few guest speakers. We had an astounding about 250 attendees from across the district. Another cool thing was that additionally, many of our district board students were recipients of prestigious international level awards. So 2 of our executives, immediate past Governor Emma Llewellyn and immediate past editor Isha Ahmad, received distinguished status in honor of their accomplishments, and 9 of our 32 lieutenant governors received the Robert F. Lucas Outstanding Lieutenant Governor Award, which is something that only a very small percentage of lieutenant governors are awarded in their lifetime. Following decon, the new district board jumped right into their positions, and for the most part, these students have definitely embraced their roles thoroughly. We've had lieutenant governors executing their primary duties, such as completing newsletters, reports, division council meetings. However, many of them have definitely wowed us beyond comparison. They've gone above and beyond to organize divisional fundraisers for the Eliminate Project and reading projects at local elementary schools, visiting their clubs virtually and in person, and stepping up to chair different committees, just to name a few of these ways. It's been really incredible to kind of watch our district board members grow into their roles and embrace the impact they have on their key clubs. So we're definitely looking forward to all that they'll continue to accomplish this year. Back in the spring, we also finalized our district and governors project. So the district project is yet again the Eliminate Project, which is aimed at eradicating maternal and neonatal tetanus in the areas where it still remains. We have about $45,000 left to raise in order to reach our pledge, so we're hopeful that by instituting a new awards process and promotional techniques that we can achieve that goal this year. On the other hand, our governor's project this year is different from past, and it's called Capital for Kids. So the primary purpose of the project is to cultivate the physical, mental, and emotional health of children in order to prepare our future generation of leaders for success. So there's so many different ways that our Key Clubs can participate, as the project can entail absolutely anything, so long as the end goal is to support youth. We are also encouraging our divisions and clubs to cater this project to their own interests and make it their own by choosing a subtopic under that category. And we've been attempting to keep the project relevant throughout the year by publishing monthly graphics to spotlight various youth-based and centered charities. We encourage you to reach out to your Key Clubs and facilitate discussion on these projects so that you can possibly plan a joint event in support of them, or even just brainstorm potential ways to make an impact. So looking more on the side of our district goals for this year, we have a lot of them, to say the least. However, our end goal is to really rebuild and revitalize the Capital District. Coming out of a pandemic, this is a pivotal year for us, so we're implementing a variety of new strategies to combat the challenges posed by COVID, and more importantly, to come back stronger than we ever have before. For example, we've started multiple new social media initiatives, including Lieutenant Governor of the Month, Club of the Month, Meet the Board, and monthly service themes. These posts are designed by our district webmaster with the intent to be both educational and inspiring. Our committees have also been hard at work to execute their specific directives. With their work, we are creating an officer training directory guide that can be used as a standardized way to train club officers in the years to come, service spotlights to promote the mission of Key Club, and so much more. Many of them are also in the process of planning for a virtual webinar, which is a new initiative that we are starting this year. The goal is that these webinars will be held throughout the year and will be brief explorations into a certain topic related to Key Club, such as how to increase your club's social media presence and how to develop communication and connections with the K family. Additionally, we also have a plethora of exciting events on the horizon that we hope will only continue to promote member engagement. In just a few days, our virtual summer shebang will take place and will feature games, activities, icebreakers, and service activities. In September, we will also host a district-wide officer training conference that's similar in style to the one we held last year. We then have Fall Rally in October, as well as a Key to College event hosted by CKI sometime in the late fall. Lastly, one of our primary goals this year as an executive team is to create and finalize a multi-year strategic plan. So this is something that will allow our district to have a clear outline of our goals for the next few years as the student leadership continues to transition between boards. Our hope is that with this plan, we can emphasize the areas that are critical to our success and improve upon them. However, to also focus on the areas where we may not be as strong right now. Ultimately, we are aiming to have this finalized by the end of the year so that the document can be passed down and implemented immediately. As you can tell, we have a lot to look forward to. However, I do want to emphasize that one of our biggest goals this year is to improve our connection with Kiwanis even more. In past years, I believe this is something that our district has historically been pretty strong with, but you all are an instrumental part to Key Club's success, and if we want our clubs to integrate more with Kiwanis, then we must lead by example and actually practice this on the district level. Additionally, due to the challenges that many of our clubs did face from COVID-19, many of our clubs will be in need of extra assistance this year now more than ever, and support from Kiwanis in order to stay afloat this year and come back stronger. In order to make that happen, Kiwanis clubs can invite Key Clubbers to their meetings. When possible, they can attend each other's service projects and events, and if necessary, provide financial support as needed. Although the other students and I can't be here to tell you physically, we are so appreciative of the time and dedication that you all put towards helping Key Club be successful, and we are always looking for the opportunity to engage with you all. So this is without a doubt a big year, but it's an exciting one too. We've already capitalized on our first few months, and we still have many more to go. There's so much that is working for our district, but there's also so much that needs to be modernized. We are beyond excited to continue working with Kiwanis as we navigate the future, and we're excited to see what the coming months will hold. So thank you all so much again for your time today. Although Key Club could not be here physically, we are forever grateful for our Capital Kiwanis support system, and we cannot wait to interact more in the future. You all have done phenomenal work, so enjoy the remainder of your convention and take time to reflect on all that you achieved last year. Thank you so much for your time.
We're now going to circle back and see our Teenager of the Year acceptance.
The Teenager of the Year Award summarizes my 4 years of service in Key Club, but more importantly, it represents how I've used Key Club's lessons and experiences to continue to make a difference. Easily, my biggest teacher these last 4 years was Jenny Grant. As my LTG zone administrator, fellow volunteer, and friend, she's taught me the values of servant leadership and the importance of improving one's community. She was actually the one who pushed me to run for Key Club International President, and when that unfortunately didn't work out, to return to the Capital District Board and complete a second term as LTG. And in doing this, it allowed me to continue serving on a large scale, but at a level that I'd be able to pursue other servant ventures. In November of last year, I found myself with a lot of spare time during COVID and online school, and I wanted to find a way to continue volunteering. Over the following 4 months, I self-taught myself to code and programmed an app that is able to raise ad revenue for charities. And in February, I realized that to do this, I need to found a nonprofit to properly transfer the money. So the first thing I did was email Winchester Kiwanis, and within the same day, I was on the phone with CPA Mr. Nordman. After working with him on the project, I officially founded a nonprofit the day I turned 18. Although I'm still working on the program, I daily use the same values learned in Key Club and displayed by the organization's servant leaders. Without Key Club, I would not be where I am today or the man I've grown to become. Thank you all, and thank you for the award.
Now, please welcome CKI Administrator Matt Brent to introduce the CKI Governor.
Good evening, everyone. In late February 2020, I received a surprise email from Governor Dennis asking to serve as Circle K Administrator. And I am extremely excited to have said yes, because I get the pleasure of working with a wonderful, amazing, just phenomenal group of college students, including the young woman I'm about to introduce you to. Tanaya Bellamy is a senior political science major at Virginia State University. She's been an active member of the Kiwanis family since her sophomore year in high school. She served as her Key Club's vice president and president, and later went on to serve as a lieutenant governor on the Key Club District Board. Enjoying the service, friendship, and fellowship in the Kiwanis family, she decided to do the right thing and continue with Circle K International. During her freshman year of college, she served as the tri-chair for the Capital District Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council and the South Division Lieutenant Governor. In March of this past year, she was elected at our virtual district convention as our Circle K District Governor. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Governor Tanaya Bellamy.
Hello. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, good. Good evening, Kiwanis family members. Thank you, Matt, for that beautiful introduction, and thank you, Capital District Kiwanis, for allowing me to speak with you all tonight. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Everyone can be great because everyone can serve." I can't think of another place where this quote holds truer than within the Kiwanis family. CKI and every other SLP has been able to thrive because of everything you all have poured into us over the years. To say that this past year has been one for the books would be an understatement. In the midst of a global pandemic, one that claimed lives, jobs, and so much more, we watched as members of the K family found innovative ways to mobilize and continuously show up for our communities. In the midst of civil and social unrest, we watched as leaders within the Kiwanis family showed up and set the tone, not just for our district, but for international. You proved to us that no matter the circumstance, inconvenience, or climate, you would continue showing up for kids. As we shift into this next year of service, we need to ensure that the success of the Kiwanis family continues. Finding and executing successful virtual and in-person events, recruiting members, revamping clubs, and staying ahead of the curve when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic is at the forefront of our thoughts for the coming months. As college students, we definitely miss the events that usually occur on campus, but not being able to serve safely and effectively this past year has definitely put a dent in morale. I know that when I began my journey in Key Club, some of the best parts of being at any event was being surrounded by Kiwanis family members. Someone from Kiwanis always told a weird joke or a crazy story that we never understood. CKI members definitely seemed much cooler back then, and the bonds that I made with fellow Q Clubbers were always the best. While I know that service is and always has been a big part of CKI, this year, one of our biggest and main focuses has been fellowship. I think that now is the perfect time to reintroduce and rework this aspect into our lifestyle as CKI members. Like anything most college students do, we're almost always goal-oriented and technical. While these are definitely important skills to have, some of our members need a break. Some of them need a morale booster, and some of them just need something to do on a random Saturday. Juggling college life, service, and simply surviving in the middle of this global pandemic has been tiring, and I know that many members can resonate with that sentiment. We want our members to be their very best, and this comes when we are able to support them at every level in their journeys, not just the good parts. We want to be able to provide not just a space, but an outlet to grow and process how the world is changing and what this will mean for service. Increasing morale and fellowship will come as we rework some of our events like Fall Membership Rally and look to bring back some of our older and more popular events like Lost in DC. I am confident that increasing morale through fellowship will be one of the best and most important ways we set the stage to rebuild for the coming years. We have to ensure that members are increasing their quality of life and protecting their mental health during such crazy times. So this weekend, when you return homes and chat with your clubs, check on your members. Ask how they're doing and how you can help. Sometimes those who give the most have the hardest time asking for help. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanaya. Wonderful remarks. At this time, I'd like to welcome the First Lady of the Capital District, Darlene Baugh, to the stage, and I'd ask you to stand and please help me welcome her.
It's tough following such eloquent speakers as we've had this afternoon. And I'm going to start a little differently with my introduction. When I was first told that I would be introducing Dennis, I started thinking about all of the prior introductions that I've heard over the years. And they seem to focus a lot on someone's history, stories about them, and accomplishments. And I decided you all can read. In your program, there's a description of Dennis's history, so I don't need to reiterate that. So what I did instead was I started thinking about leadership and the focus that we have on our leadership skills and the skills of those that are coming after us. So I sat down and started writing down the things that are important to me for leaders. And I want to read that list to you. They need to be motivational. They need to be able to create a team. They need to show loyalty. They need to have knowledge and have a vision. They need to be flexible and have communication skills. They need to be courteous and have integrity. They need to be compassionate and voice gratitude. They need to be creative, responsible, and dependable. And they need to show courage. That's my list. And I'm sure there's a lot of things that I missed. Then what I did was I started thinking about whether these skills have changed and the characteristics for a leader have changed from pre-COVID to now during the pandemic. And I thought about the fact that those skills have not changed, but delivery is different. We've all had a tough 18, 20 months, both in our personal lives and in our giving lives. So, in conclusion, I'm going to jump right away to the end of this. So moving back to Dennis, I feel he has the characteristics and skills that both you and I want in a leader. And also for myself personally, the skills and knowledge and capabilities that I want in a significant other. So I'm sure that those are things you have thought about in those that are coming after us. So at this time, I would like to introduce your governor and my husband, Dennis Baugh.
Talking about a tough act to follow. Now I got to go home with her. You know, I'm sure we've all had that wow moment when something is brought to our attention that is not on that day's radar. When Jen Wolfe sent the reminder that articles are due for the August-September edition of the Capital Kiwanis, she said, "Dennis, farewell column, photos of the year." I go, wow, farewell. I'm not sure I've even said hello. But I started thinking, you know, COVID had its problems. But then I thought, wait a minute, yes, I have. I have said hello. COVID gave me the chance to visit many clubs and division council meetings over the course of the past 10 months. Sometimes several in one day. I was able to gain a better understanding of what clubs were doing for their communities, the good things that were still going on in spite of COVID. I was able to maintain contact with my governor class around the world and from President Art Riley via Zoom on a monthly basis. Before our March board meeting of the Capital District, I asked myself, I was curious, what have I done for the last 4 months or whatever? So I pulled out my calendar, and from December 1st of 2020 to March 6th of 2021, I filled over 4 pages, single-spaced, of what I had done, where I had been on Zoom. Many of you were on those same calls. I got to know what was going on. I got to say hello to my Kiwanians of the Capital District and around the world. Let me review a little bit about what happened in 2020, 2021, and what it looked like. In October of 2020, I challenged everybody to change. You know, Jeff mentioned it earlier today in our business meeting, that we needed to change. One definition of change is a verb, and it says to make or become different. As Kiwanians, we needed to make take a different path to be able to still do what we did for the children in our communities before COVID, because of COVID. Many did, many did not, but that's okay. I think it's important that we recognize that everybody sees things differently, and one size does not always fit all. We are still making changes today, and we will make changes as we go day by day in the foreseeable future. As you know, my theme is spread the word. As I mentioned earlier today, I put out a challenge: spread the word through the submission of articles to our magazine. The Capital Kiwanian clubs stepped up. Between October of 2020 and June of 2021 edition of the Capital Kiwanian, 90 articles were written. We're describing what the clubs were doing by individuals and clubs as a whole, by 46 different clubs and 3 different divisions. Thank you very much. Who would have thought that we could have opened new clubs during a pandemic? Well, we did. It takes a team effort to open a club. Thank you to the team led by Committee Chair Karen Schumacher, who unfortunately could not be here tonight, that was involved in the opening of the New Generation E-Club, the Legacy E-Club, and the Jackson River Area Club. With those people, I know there's some in attendance. Would you please stand? And no disrespect to Jackson River, but the E-Club people still stand. They do exist other than on Zoom. So there are real people, okay? Y'all can be seated. Thank you very much, again, for those new Kiwanians. But the team consisted of 83 new members that came into the Kiwanis family. You've already heard about the 2 E-Clubs. Key Club veterans, CKI veterans, Jackson River, without going into the history, several are Kiwanis veterans. They saw the need. They saw a need to rejoin or extend the Kiwanis family. We're also currently exploring new clubs in the Rappahannock River area of Richmond County, Virginia, as well as several other areas. They will get open, maybe not in my term, but hopefully during Governor Alana's term, designate, but you are governor. But they're working. The club's working. They will work under John Morris's leadership next year as membership coordinator. Through the joint efforts of Governor-elect Alana, Committee Chair Judy Penalines, the Teenager of the Year program had its greatest success in many years with almost 100 applications. Without the help of the LTGs and Judy's team, this would not have happened. We put considerable effort this year to make sure that the announcements went out to all schools, not just those with key clubs, and it worked. Thank you for all that were involved in that effort. Many of you are in this room tonight. Mid-year was held 100% virtually and approximately 170 attendees. We had excellent workshops that received high praise. On Friday night, the Middlesex High School Key Club organized a virtual bingo that raised $2,544 for the Eliminate Project. Thank you. The district's primary service leadership programs, the Key Club and CKI, were able to hold their district conventions virtually with workshops and elections. Although not the same as in person, they were well attended. They elected 2 fantastic governors that I've got a chance to work with. Again, not like we would have, but we have worked together. And you heard from both of them tonight. Excellent future leaders of our country. Thank you to all that were able to attend and participate in those conventions. At the beginning of the year, the Leadership and Education Committee was given the challenge to find ways to keep the district engaged. Under the guidance of Committee Chair Krista Lachaw, the It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere kicked off with monthly education programs. It was taking topics to the district members that they may not have received otherwise. Again, another team effort that had been well received. Thank you. As we move towards the Kiwanis year 2021-2022, you've already heard about the one major difference in the Capital District. Effective October 1st, 2021, the West Virginia Provisional District of Kiwanis will be merged with the capital. We will grow by 31 clubs and 562 members. I know that we have some attendees from West Virginia here tonight. Would you please stand and be recognized? These, again, are people that care about kids. Please welcome our new partners serving the children, as you just did, into the Capital District. As I say farewell, let me say thank you to my team of committee chairs, district board members, lieutenant governors, clubs and their officers, and all the members of the Capital District. Everybody, please stand. Everybody stand. Everybody get up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. If you're a spouse, stand up. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here today. You may sit down. You know, I skipped over a part that's not in here I was going to say. I had the privilege of presenting the Teenager of the Year to Cole in Winchester. Jenny was present. She's here today. He mentioned her. I asked him to do that video because it was so moving when I heard it in Winchester. A remarkable young man. He's going to the University of Virginia, and that's where he is today. But you've heard this from every speaker in one way or another. Yesterday, I received a text from the president-elect of the Winchester Club. Guess who has joined as a new member of Winchester Kiwanis Club? Cole's mother. I made sure their president invited her and the school principal to Cole's presentation that day. She was so moved by how she was received and how her son was received that she is now a member of Kiwanis. You know, I've thanked a lot of people, but there's not a person in this room that means more to me than my wife. You know, I just want to say thank her for allowing me to be a Kiwanian and to serve you as your governor. Farewell is a word, but trust me, I've not gone away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, and congratulations on a wonderful year. Just a quick housekeeping note, our closing breakfast will commence tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. right here in this room. And at this time, please welcome ELC Chairperson Joyce Montgomery to give the benediction. Joyce?
Thank you, Mike. For our benediction, I chose an Irish blessing. May the road raise up to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face and rain fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palms of his hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. And before we adjourn, I do want to ask you all to thank all the local planning Kiwanians that volunteered, including Joyce and Jackie Bledsoe, who headed up the local committee, and then also all the staff on the district level and volunteers on the district level. I think it's been a wonderful conference so far, so please join me in thanking them. This is the best part right here. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and we are adjourned.